All right, family, peace. Welcome to Men's Viewpoint Podcast, hosted by your brother Ben X, brother Blu-ray, and brother Mario. We missing one other co-host. Hopefully he'll come by the end of this podcast. This podcast was started by brother Blu-ray, so I'm gonna let you give the introduction on what we're gonna be talking about today. Well, they can see the title, but I'll let you go ahead and introduce, the podcast.
All right, well, welcome to the Men's Viewpoint. I appreciate my brother Ben X, for moderating this thing and holding it down. Appreciate my brother Mario, and Boss is not here, but we appreciate Boss. Like a lot of people know that we were one of the first original podcasts to really get popping out here, but but we back. All right, we trying to go full steam ahead to
Yes,
give.
sir.
One thing I love about our group is that we all believe different things, but at the same time, we all have the same heart and the same mission. So that's what makes this group of men so unique. And every man is a real stand up man. So I appreciate that.
All right, so let's get right into it, man. I know you two got some opposing thoughts about Ye. So the first topic that we want to talk about is the Ye situation. The Ye situation has been blowing up all over the whole entire Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, and it's still blazing right now. So where do y'all want to begin when it comes to Ye? There's several topics within the Ye topic. Which one do y'all want to start off with first?
It don't matter. We can go whichever way y'all want to go. Whichever way y'all want to go.
Okay. Well, let's just start. Let's just warm up then. We're gonna start with Trey. What is your thoughts on what Ye has said on the Drink Champs? What's your thoughts on, he's getting pushback from the black community. He's also getting support from the black community. So I'm seeing both sides. I'm seeing people saying he's anti-black. I'm seeing people say those who coming after him are coons. I'm seeing both sides. So how do you see Ye from your perspective based on what's been going on and what he's been saying?
All right, in my perspective, I feel like Kanye is just exposing some things that a lot of people that don't operate in that billionaire atmosphere and stratosphere are not privy to information, because there are a lot of people that I think, what's that guy? Matter of fact, Michael Rappaport, if I'm not mistaken, the comedian, he came out talking about, he's an actual Jew, and he actually came out and talked about some things pertaining to the Jewish community. So Kanye basically only exposed things that a lot of us that are not millionaires and billionaires are not privy to the information. And he's just talking about the actual control that they have on our community, and then how a lot of these record, let's deal with the context. When he talked about the record executives, basically they're not going to let this type of music go on inside the Jewish community, right? They're not going to even let, they're not even going to fund anyone that claims they're Jewish and let them spit about killing, about drug dealing, about doing anything harmful to their own ethnicity or own race, in my opinion. So Kanye said, y'all want to continue and fund and push this narrative and push music in our neighborhoods and our communities and our culture for y'all can make financial gain. And there's actual videos of, I forgot that guy's name, but it's on my Instagram. Leon Cohen, the guy that Dame Dash had a problem with, and he's
Leo Cohen.
exactly. And he was on the Breakfast Club, and they was like, well, Charleston was like, ain't that kind of hypocritical that y'all push this in the black community? And then he said, somebody got to get paid. That's what he said out of his own mouth. I can actually play it, but he said somebody got to get paid. So, and if Brother Ben X, if you can pull up my Instagram, you'll see it on my Instagram, because it was a few posts ago. So at the end of the day, Kanye is just trying to get us to understand. Let's not even talk about the George Floyd comments right now. Let's just specifically talk about what's being portrayed in the black community. These big companies, these that's ran by the Jews, funding these rappers to look good, but at the same time, the actual detriment that is having on our community as a whole is way worse than and what we really think. So
I'll play it. Hold on. Listen to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Really rough, particularly on women.
but I think it helped change the course of the crack epidemic. I don't know what's this opioid thing, man.
But being a
so
crackhead wasn't cool back then. Being
What?
a crackhead wasn't cool. Now they seem like they're making it cool to be drinking lean and syrup and
it's
to
the
be on
most
the
dangerous.
pill.
It's the most dangerous
Molly's
thing that's facing our society.
Are you
So why sign an artist that would promote that?
Because I already answered that question. You weren't paying attention. She asked me talent or issues, and I said talent. But I have to. I can't give up on people.
But I'm saying that's hypocritical, though. You're saying the
it's
opioid problem's a problem.
opportunistic.
Yeah.
I got people to feed. I got a business to run.
You're gonna make Dame Dash take this clip and call you a culture vulture.
Who's Dame Dash?
Okay, so there it is.
I got people to feed, a business to run at the expense of the black community. Is that not what he said?
Hey, it sound like it.
Sounds like what he said to me, Brother Marie.
So now, even dealing with that part, and now I kind of got to work backwards, and then I lead up to Kanye. I'll flip the exact. So basically, and this, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm possibly understanding is what we're saying about Kanye in the record business, or what he's exposing in the. We can just say Hollywood period. Let's not just even limit it to only music. You can say movies, all of that, right? Entertainment period, right? Um, when we say, hey, these are the companies that are pushing the things, right? When you have, and this is ultimately what my main issue is with Kanye and the people that believe in Kanye. You will have a group of black people that have been saying these things for literally centuries. I'm not going to even say decades, centuries, right? And people would either call them crazy, people would either call them conspiracy theories, black, extremists, hate groups, and think tanks, all these, woke conscious, all these little terms or whatever. Because for the longest we would talk about some of the issues that plague our community, talk about the crack epidemic. Well, people would say, well, shoot, the white man didn't make you smoke that rock, he didn't make you take that so and so. I would flip that same question back on those black artists and ask the question, well, did the white man write those lyrics for you? Because in those lyrics where Kanye is talking about, we saying to shoot 'em up, bang, bang, shoot 'em up, bang, bang, we talking and we saying that to black people. We're not saying that about another white people, another white person. We won't say I run to go get my gun and I go shoot Massa, or I go shoot Tommy, I go shoot Jimmy. We won't even think, like, literally even write that in a song, because that ultimately scares, it fears us. You see what I'm saying? Our minds won't even allow us to go there, because if I'm a goon, if I'm a gangster really don't see no color. He see himself as a businessman or a man, and any man can get it. A real gangster, in my opinion. I would always ask the question, well, what is it that would make you fearful to write in a song, I shoot this nigga when he get X, Y, and Z, But if I couldn't even fix the words to say I shoot a cracker, I kill a cracker in a song. And even by me saying those words, I'm sure there's probably a black listener, where his hairs are standing up on his arms, like, oh, I can't even believe this nigga talking like this. And that's what I ultimately feel about Kanye. When I hear him talk about, the quote unquote anti-Semitic, the quote unquote, the Jews comment, he won't utter the words white, or even the theory of, how you got the two sides of, well, he didn't mean this and he meant that, about the whole, slavery was a choice comment, or things like that. He would never fix his mouth. Whichever side you want to take it, right? Because you're going to have two different sides that's going to say, well, he meant this by when he said this, and he meant that by when he said that. But what we cannot deny is that what was uttered was slavery was a choice. Now, you might have two different perspectives by slavery was a choice. There's no consequences for saying said thing about black people. But if he was to say the Holocaust was a choice,
Hey, we
that
need
would
to
have
bring
been a
Uncle
whole
JoJo.
different flip.
Uncle JoJo, come on. You need to come on up, Uncle JoJo.
Hey,
Come on, tap in.
send him the link. Send him the link.
Hey, so
Yeah,
so so Marie, you disagree with him when he said slavery was a choice, right?
I strongly disagree with him.
Did you
Uh,
understand?
okay, so let me first ask this: what do you think he meant when he said that?
Thank you, brother Bennett.
I believe that he meant what the majority of black people believe slavery was just whips and chains and niggas basically being lazy and not wanting to fight back.
Okay, so let me ask you this: is it false that Harriet Tubman freed slaves?
Is it false that she freed slaves?
Yeah, was that a lie that they gave us in history?
No, it wasn't.
So she really did free slaves.
Yes, sir.
How did she do it?
By traveling through multiple states and countries, by linking with other different abolitionists at the time, other um, people that were already, that had already did the same process, and she kind of just it was repeating, rinse and repeat.
Okay, so she didn't remain a slave, right?
Correct.
Now, who made that choice for her?
Well, to the families, she would say spirit.
So she didn't make that choice. Something took over her body and led her to do all that. She didn't make the choice to do that. She just one day got possessed and the spirit took over and did all that.
To my, I'm just going by what the family told me.
So how
Bro, stop. Stop. The family, hold on. The family did not walk in her shoes, bro. Come on, fam. Don't do that.
I'm just passing. He
Hey,
asked the
brother
question.
Bennett, REA, brother Bennett asked you a straight question and you got common sense. When your son make a football, when your son make a touchdown, then we not gonna brother Bennett's gonna say, Marie, how did your son make a touchdown? Brother Bennett seen your son run on his own and make that touchdown. Marie, stop.
No, you missed the question, brother
Now I
Ben.
did
Repeat the
you missed
question.
it.
No,
You
no, no,
missed
no,
it.
no, brother Ben. Repeat the question that you asked. And again, I'm gonna flip this back on you, and I'm gonna show you how we pick and choose how we use this.
okay,
Bro,
Uncle JoJo
bro,
done tapped in.
the way I heard Joseph, what up? Marie, I swear to
What up?
God, bro, the way you think is so liberal and bro, listen, you I see why you
Brother
don't believe.
Ben,
So my
Listen,
my
brother
my
Ben,
my, my question was
repeat the question.
my question was, did she make that choice or
No,
or
you
who
said
made that choice?
what caused her? You said
No,
what
who
caused her to do that?
okay, so here's my question. Ultimately, my question
That's what you
is
asked.
who made the no my who made the decision or choice for her to do that?
I'm saying when you asked the question in that way, what was told back to me was spirit led her to do that.
Okay,
When
so
you said who,
as spirit led her to do that, who made the
yeah,
choice? Who made the choice for her to either
to
accept
answer,
to answer it or say,
Harriet
"No,
Tubman.
spirit, I ain't doing that."
Harriet Tubman.
Okay, go ahead, brother Uncle JoJo. I know
This
you
is my
want.
problem that I have with us as a people, bro. You know what I'm saying? This dude comes out and says slavery is a choice. Now, this is a person in his lifetime that's knocking down hurdles, opening up doors, and creating pathways that haven't been created before. He's showing us, you know what I'm saying? This is not somebody that's in jail. You know, this is not somebody that's defeated saying slavery is a choice. You know what I mean? This is somebody who is blazing trails, right? And black people get mad and say, he said slavery is a choice. That's disrespect. But like you just said, Rosa Parks, for her it was a choice, right? But secondly, let me show you how backwards we are as a people, in my opinion. What's the biggest grossing black movie of all time that came out recently?
Is it black? Is it Black Panther?
Black Panther.
Black. Who did we celebrate Black Panther? Killmonger, right?
Yeah.
Killmonger. I went to the movies and saw that. Killmonger
Hmm.
had a knife in his chest. He was dying. And Chatilla told him, we can save you. You know what I'm saying? He said, why? So that I can spend the rest of my life in bondage, bury me in the ocean with my ancestors who knew that slavery, that death was better than bondage. And he took himself out and ultimately chose death over slavery. Black people stood up and celebrated him because he made the choice not to be a slave. You see what I'm saying? So we celebrate Rosa Parks. We celebrate a fictitious, she's in the past. We celebrate a fictitious character that they give us. Marie was calling Black Panther the movement of the millennium,
You
by the
going
way.
in? You going in
But
and out?
a black man that's really taking on,
You going in and out,
huh?
JoJo?
I'm going, is this better?
Yeah,
A little bit.
Is this better?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. You just got to stay still.
Okay, but a black man that's really taking on the system in real time, you know what I mean? We crucify him, we get behind him, but they praise T'Challa, whatever his name, Killmonger, for making that same choice. I don't get it.
But
So
see,
so
this is the thing though, JoJo. Even with the Killmonger and T'Challa, people were 50-50 if they liked Killmonger and T'Challa. And the
No, I'm
reasons that they were,
talking,
again, it was the whole Malcolm Martin thing. You have one group that
no,
feels
but I'm
that
talking.
one was you have one group that people feel as black people that one is more inclusive and one is more separatism. We can, when dealing with history, we can go back to Malcolm and Martin. The majority of black people were in favoritism, even though he was hated by a lot of black people himself, Martin, but Martin was more inclusive than Malcolm was. More even to this day. We got a Martin Luther King Day. There's more schools. There's more streets named after Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King is taught in majority schools. I can't honestly name a school
Wow,
that
but
teaches
man,
anything about Malcolm
I,
X.
I don't mean to cut you off, but you getting off path like you always do, bro. We
No,
not
I'm not.
talking.
Bro. You just don't be listening and paying attention.
No,
I'm
no,
consistent.
because now you're talking
What if
about. Now you're talking about. Listen, now you're talking about
I
ideology.
came?
Let me
No,
let me
Jojo, I came in from the jump. I said we pick and choose who we celebrate as a black community. The closer we
okay.
are to white people, the more black people will support it. The more black you are, the less you will get support from your
And
own people.
no, and my
You can
thing
be
is,
too black for black people.
let me just say this. Let me say this. Everybody up here familiar with me for the most part. I'm one of the most pro-black people that you would know. I'm pro-black in my actions. You know what I mean? I'm pro-black in my life. I'm pro-black in who I serve. You know what I'm saying? And my problem with the Mariés of the world, not him in particular, but this thinking that we have as a people, we love victimhood. You know what I mean?
But bro,
And
you celebrate Kanye, who is a
hold on,
victimhood celebrator. That's all he talk about. That's what I'm. That's the contradictory Kanye and y'all have.
no. Let me
How is Kanye
talk.
celebrating?
Let me talk. Because all the people,
How is Kanye
You going
celebrating?
you going in and out now, JoJo.
But Mario, how is Kanye celebrating victimhood? Explain it.
Bro, every interview that he comes on, he complains. For example, let's talk about Chase, right? The reason the whole Chase account was left, it wasn't because of the anti-Semitism comments. He had already had a dealing with Chase that he was about to lose that account before. That happened way back in September. You know how that started? Kanye came out and was mad that the owner of Chase didn't want to sit down and have a meeting with him. Every interview is about who doesn't want to be his friend, what other white man don't like him, what other white man wouldn't give him this deal or wouldn't give him that deal. Every single time he talks about some individual who don't want to be his friend.
so
But
so
that's
This
so
was a nigga
so
who grew up as a
so that,
loser to me.
so that they take his account because they didn't because he was mad they didn't want to meet with him, or because of the tweet. Why did they take his account?
Well, supposedly the account was taken because the owner did not like Kanye talking about him the way that he was talking about him on the previous interview.
That ain't why they didn't put that out in the media. That ain't what they
No,
said in
it's
the
on.
media. They
It's
they said it was because of the tweet.
the
but
comments.
no, but I'm saying if you see the actual paperwork from Chase, it's in September. It was predated when that situation happened.
But Mario, but it doesn't matter. Let me ask you this. At the end of the day,
No. We got to deal with
hold on.
that part. You asked the question
Okay,
about him being
hold
a victim.
on. Kanye
Y'all can't
shows.
keep doing. Hey, and this
Okay,
is another issue. Anytime
but
when you ask Kanye fans about something of Kanye, they
talk.
cannot answer or give you
It's,
one point
what?
of
Okay,
proof.
Mario, it was in
Answer,
September.
just answer the questions.
Hey, it was in September. Now, bump that. Now, listen.
Okay, but no, talk about the victimhood that he has. Talk
Hey,
about that part.
hold on. Okay, what? Listen. Okay, it's victimhood.
We
Right.
own victims.
Now let's say this. Hold on. Let's say it is victimhood.
It
Cool.
don't
Now what?
count when you black victim though.
Hey, at the end of the day, the core message of what Kanye is trying to expose to the people, is it true or false?
It's been true, but this is what I'm saying, JoJo. I mean, not
Ask
JoJo.
questions.
Trey.
Hold on. Ask
We've
those
been
questions.
saying that, bro.
Is it true?
It's true.
Thank
It's
you. That's all.
very true. But my point is, you niggas did not accept that truth when Professor Griff was saying that, when Minister Farrakhan was saying that, when anybody that's associated with only black people, most black people was not accepting it. And let me go a step further. It ain't just about no Jews. I'm putting all white people in a bucket. Russians, Germans. Adidas is a German company.
That's a fact.
Put them all in one pot. I don't want to separate them from no nationalist stuff. That's
But
the scapegoat. That's the easy way out. Put them in one pot.
Mario,
We've been saying this.
But Mario, it's easy to talk that talk, because at the end of the day, you got a credit card, you got your money in the bank, you wear Nike, you wear Jordan, you wear Polo. So stop there, bro. Stop.
But I also got my money in black banks as well. Do you have the same?
No, I don't.
Okay, but this is I'm not, and I'm not. This is not a. Hold on, but listen to me. Listen to me, Joe. Not Joe. I keep wanting to call you JoJo. Trey, you not the only black person like this. Majority blacks don't. But again, it's going back to what I'm saying.
Same time.
Listen to me though.
Let me ask you this. At the end of the day, you might got a couple dollars over there, but the most of your money not. So quit playing, bro.
Now, I can honestly say mine is all spread out from the whites and the blacks.
Okay,
It's evenly spread out.
So let's get
But
to
listen to me.
Let's
Listen to me. Would you hold on real quick, Ben? Would you agree still that most black people got most of their money in white banks and not the 42 black banks that we got in America? Yes or no?
That's a fact.
That's all I'm saying.
So
That's all I'm saying.
let me ask you this, Mario. Your ultimate problem with Ye is what? What is that main thing? What's the problem?
For one, he don't read. That's the first problem. As a grown black man, we are celebrating a black man that does not read openly, telling people that.
But he got 11. But he became a
But
big
see,
man.
this is how. But he got money though.
Hold on,
But he got money though. Trey, you are in education. You are not supposed to say that.
Okay, so hold on. But even though he don't read, let me ask you this: is he wrong about what he's saying about Jewish meat in the power? Yes or no?
No.
Is he wrong about what he's saying about our abortions?
Yes.
He is. Okay, we'll come to that. Is he wrong? Is he wrong about what he's saying about what we rap about in our music and things of that nature, and about how it's contradicting to what we want as a community?
Yes and no.
Okay, so let's touch on. Brother Young Khan, I'm gonna let you respond to that. Go ahead.
He absolutely is not wrong in what he's saying. Black death is celebrated and promoted, and the fact is that they have trained us to murder our own babies. They have made us think it's my body and my choice. Yeah, it's your choice. It's your choice not to open your legs at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning and let little Pookie slide up in there and drop that seed up in you. That's your choice. Don't try to throw the baby out now because you done got pregnant and you still want to turn up and drop it like it's hot and put on that 26-inch weave you got. So he wasn't lying about that. They have promoted, and Margaret Sanger, she authenticated it from the very beginning and got these chicken and biscuit eating preachers to sign off on the deal in the beginning to market it and promote it among us that abortion is the route that we should go. This is historical documentation and facts. And it's also facts that they run the industry and they trying to sidetrack us now with what happened with our brother Takeoff. We ain't getting up off their neck, man. We are at war and these folks know what they doing, and it is not a conspiracy. This is an ongoing death plot to destroy us. But some of us weak-kneed, yellow-bellied, spineless Negroes, we only want to get with Kanye because it's popular. But like my brother saying up here, brother Maurier, we've been talking about that. But now because it's a popular thing to do, now we want to wave the Kanye flag. But don't make no mistake about it. I'm with my brother Ye all day. even if he mess up and make a flawed statement. I'm not finna throw my brother away because he made a statement that I don't agree with. We can get behind closed doors and settle our differences later, but right now we got to knock this enemy over the head that been knocking us down for the last 6,000 years since he been on the planet Earth with his Johnny come lately, just discovered America. Christopher Columbus, half baked, half fried,
That's real.
homogenized self trying to go to war with us, man. They are afraid of our unity. They don't want us on this platform talking about it right now. They always want one of us to be on this side of the coin and the other one on that side of the coin. They don't care if we Baptist, Methodist, Apostolic, Jehovah Witness, Crip, Blood, GD, or Vice Lord. They got to get rid of all of us. And that's why
Right.
they are called the United Snakes. I'm sorry, the United States of America, because they going to come together over one common cause, which is to get rid of us. Boy, y'all shouldn't have let me on this thing with y'all
So,
for that long.
real quick, I want to respond back to and I'm glad you reminded me that about that, brother Khan, about the Margaret Sanger, and then this is where I get confused about dealing with Kanye, right? I just recently somebody sent me a interview. I guess he was sitting outside of, I don't know if they said he was at his girl's basketball game or something, and he was talking about Margaret Sanger, right? And Trey and Ben, I know y'all can vouch for this. A long time ago, shows ago, when we were talking about white supremacy, and I brought up eugenics and I brought up epigenetics, right? Talking about Margaret Sanger being involved in eugenics. The father of eugenics, Francis Galt, right? Who was also the cousin of Darwin. I'm giving y'all historical information. This is the cousin of Darwin. And anybody who knows eugenics and what eugenics is and how of a racist thought or practice eugenics is, which people like Hitler used as his practice for the Holocaust. Somebody else is also into eugenics. I'll let everybody in the room take a wild guess who that individual that also believes and and has a family history of eugenics. Ben, would you like to take a guess of a white individual in this world?
Say it again. What's the question?
Would you like to take a guess of another individual who is into eugenics outside of Margaret Sanger
They're still alive?
that's still alive, ticking?
Trump.
Who?
You asking me?
Trump.
You go ahead. Yeah, you can. I want everybody to answer.
I'm assuming Trump because I know you're trying to make a point.
Or
Go,
you talking
who would you
about?
say, Trey? Who would you
It
say?
ain't Trump. It ain't Trump.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
He said it ain't Trump.
no, it ain't Trump. You talking about Kim Kardashian?
Okay, you say Kim Kardashian. Who you say, brother
No,
Khan?
Man, come on, man. Golly.
Hey,
I'm just curious.
I don't isolate nobody. Whether a snake got poison under their ass, if some snakes is poisonous, some is non-poisonous, but at the end of the day, they all snakes. And I was taught to be careful whenever I'm amongst snakes. So I'm not fooled by somebody giving a philosophy or a belief system over there. Now, if they want to say that they with us and on our team, they're going to have to prove it by divvying up the land, divvying up the money, paying us back for all of the accrued damages that we have suffered over the years. I'm not giving them no pass as a whole because they not giving us none. So they the ones that got to fix the problem that they created. And we got to stand up and just say enough is enough, man. We can't fight two wars on two different fronts. We got to have a common enemy because the same snake that's biting me, whether they believe in eugenics or whether they believe in being a slum landlord, they all snakes out the same barrel.
So the people in the comment section are saying Bill Gates. Is that who you talking about?
Yes, well, him too. But the person I was speaking of, individual, I was talking about Trump.
Uh-oh.
I was talking about Trump. That's
But
Jay's
when have
partner.
Trump ever been black people friend?
Yeah, so land the
Hey,
plane, bro.
I agree with you plenty,
So
brother.
I think I get where you're
Kanye
trying to
says
go.
differently though. There's a lot of black people that think differently too.
But if
Where I'm
Kanye
going
what did
with
say
Kanye,
he
this is
support,
what
if
did Kanye say?
Kanye says he's supporting Trump, okay, that's his opinion. But that don't change the fight at hand.
Let,
Some
Hey,
let,
of
let,
us
let-
believe that some white people is better than others, but the nature of all of them is the same. So whether he put
I'm
on a
in
Make
I'm in
America
agreement
Great
with you.
Again hat or not, whether he put
I'm
that
in
hat on,
agreement with you.
that's not gonna stop me from riding with Brother Ye because he's It was a whole bunch of rappers talking about Donald Trump before he became the president. We was
Right.
all waving the Trump
The most
flag,
talked
talking about
about in
we
every
was having
song.
Trump money.
So
The
What was
most talked about in
it,
every song.
but is that something that Trump was pushing like out? You know, like during his campaign, was that something that he openly pushed or something?
No, but you can actually go find an interview with him and David Letterman. He's actually talking about how his family was born amongst a pure race,
Okay,
Let me
and that his
let me
family was born off of success,
go
which
ahead,
is
Joe.
what the basis of eugenics is,
Go ahead, JoJo.
let me
having a
say
pure
something about
race.
where Kanye lost the pro black people at, in my opinion, for what most of the pro black people at. He came out on national TV and said George Bush doesn't care about black people. You know what I mean? And black people cheered him on, right? But if George Bush don't care about black people, that implies that the other party does care about black people. You know what I'm saying? So by default, if George Bush don't come, who don't care, the other person on the other side. When Kanye got to getting in these rooms, seeing these games being played, and seeing how it's all done, he say, "Don't now one of them give a damn about black people. It's a game." You know what I mean? And black people are playing the game wrong. We give our votes to the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? With no accountability. You know, Malcolm X said the Republicans bite you with a growl, the Democrats bite you with a smile. You know what I mean? I like a little growl with my bite. You know what I mean? So once Kanye saw that, he put himself, in my opinion, to the forefront and aligned himself with Trump, not for, I'm not going to say aligned, right? But this is what needs to be done. This is what black people need to be doing if we going to play the voting game. And let me re-add, he's winning. This dude is making history. You know what I'm saying?
How is he making history? What is he doing that hasn't been done?
He's doing what you're not doing.
Let me say something.
He's
Hold on.
doing everybody. There's a lot of people that's doing more than what we doing, and that's
Let,
not
Okay.
Kanye. A lot
So,
of black people. A
let me
why are
say,
you?
lot of black people.
I
But
don't
why
want
are
to
you?
argue.
There's a lot of black people that are doing way more than all of us that we do not give praise to.
I don't
Bro,
want to argue.
stop knocking Ye, bro. We need to be behind that man, brother.
Hold on, let's
No, no.
let
Okay, but
hold on,
but I'm
let's
saying if we're
hold on,
gonna be behind, yeah, I want us to also be behind the pro black ones too.
let's listen
I want
to
this same energy.
let's
I
hear
want this exact same
let's
energy.
hear Brother JoJo response to your question.
So did you hear what he said? I want you to be behind a pro-black too. Pro-black talk. In Marie's mind and a lot of people's mind, listen to me when I tell y'all, pro-black is I can't get nothing done because of the white man. This is why
No,
I
it's
would
not.
hold on, let
We
me
don't
finish.
even want to be with the
Hold on,
white
let him
man.
finish.
That's
Hold
Kanye.
on,
That's
let him
you thinking you got to go and talk with
let him
the
land.
you. Go ahead. Go
Let him
ahead.
land. Let each other land.
Can I please, brother? Please, brother. Can
Go
I just make
ahead.
a
Go ahead, bro.
brother? So look, dad, you made me forget what I'm gonna say. What you mean? What he did? See,
What you said? He's changing history. So let's deal with the history.
in Kanye's example, take Michael Jordan, right? Michael Jordan
Okay.
played 20 years for a franchise. You know what I'm saying? And got up. He had to work his way, do all this other kind of stuff to get into partnership to own the Jordan brand. Once they didn't give Kanye ownership, or he fought for ownership essentially. So he came in a 5 year span and took what it took Michael Jordan to do 25 years. You know what I'm saying? In 25 years, you got to give him his credit for that. No matter how much you like,
You going
no
in and
matter
out.
who you, damn.
You good?
Ask
Go ahead.
Maria why he tattooed on him.
What did he
This
say?
nigga got polo tattooed on him, bro. Ralph Lauren tattooed on him. Ask him why.
I got Ralph Lauren tattooed on me because Kanye said that's who he idolized and wanted to be like. So I was following
No,
Kanye's footsteps.
no,
You really got polo tattooed on you for real?
yes.
I got copyright infringement tattooed on me
Say
when I
listen
was
to it.
19. When I was
Right there,
19
he got
years
polo
old.
Listen.
I was
tattoo,
I was 19 years old,
right
a child.
there,
He
brother.
he
Man,
talking
Tell
about. See
got
what
a
I'm talking? We
white,
got grown men talking
white
about
man
kids on
logo
here,
on
man.
it.
He
nah,
he talking
Mario,
bad
White
about
man
when I
logo
was a
on you,
child,
Mario. You
man.
talking about pro black stuff. Get out of here, bro.
Very,
listen,
very it's pro black,
listen,
very pro
brother
black,
Ben,
creative babies and
listen,
all. But
Trey.
listen,
Hold on,
so I'm I'm
let me
glad
Hold
say
on,
this.
I'm
hold on,
glad you.
hold on. JoJo not finished. Hold on, let him finish.
Oh, go
Let me
ahead.
So people say that he who controls the images controls the imagination. People say that Kanye has a white savior complex and he idolizes white people when he say he want to be better than Ralph Lauren. It's no black Ralph Lauren. He don't want to be FUBU. You see what I'm saying? When he
But
say I'm gonna be better than Nike. I'm gonna be $1 trillion company. What he is doing. He is taking those images and making them our own for our kids. You know what I'm saying? So when he say I'm better than Ralph Lauren, and Ralph Lauren gets to tell his story, but he get factories. But black people, what they do, they give us a season. We not making products. We don't have access to factories. You know what I'm saying? So when he say, man, I'm not gonna take this for a season and then I'll be gone. And people saying that, oh, he idolize white people. No, you cannot point to a black Ralph. Where's the black Ralph Lauren? Where's the black Walt Disney? You know what I'm saying? At
But
the same time, what they don't understand that this man goes and sit at the feet of the minister, The minister directing him to buy land. Everything that they say black people need to be doing, Kanye is doing it without the black rhetoric. Buying hundreds of acres of land. You know what I'm saying? Farming. Come on, man.
okay, so listen, let me
Who was that
reply
part?
back to all that. Again, when we start talking about dealing with black, if you again, like Jojo just said, he don't want to be FUBU. Well, my question would be, why wouldn't he want to be FUBU? One,
Cause food,
because again, FUBU is a black brand. You don't want to
food,
be associated because you don't associate FUBU with it being greatness. When you say he doesn't have a complex, you got a white wife, your deity is white, who you pray to, your religion is white, and you break bread with white people only. You don't break bread with no black businesses. So
how
those
you
three things are
know
the three most important parts
you
of your life. Your wife, who you
don't
create
know
life and
man
create
business, man.
generational
Stop it.
wealth with,
You
is
don't know
white.
nothing about that
Your
man
deity and
business.
religion is white, and who you break bread with is white.
You
I
don't
don't
know that.
understand what the difference is. But
Maria,
again,
you
if
just
when you
We
talk
all
about
breaking
the,
bread with
you
white
not
hold
people.
on,
facts.
hold
You not
on. The facts are the
all
deity
right.
is white, the wife is white, and the money that the people that he break bread, he's not going over to call Kanai. Kanye was before he was a billionaire, he was a millionaire. The Ralph Laurens, the Louis Vuittons, the Gucci's, they didn't have to become millionaires to create their white brands. Like
Hey,
so,
can I
like Sway said, why won't you do it yourself?
game, Maria?
Ex-
Why do you feel
Hold on.
that you have to be connected to white people in order to
Exactly.
be great, black man? I
Hold
thought
on,
the
hold on.
black man
That's it.
was God.
Maria. And I'm not condoning marrying a white woman. But hold on, let's
No,
talk some facts.
I want you
Maria,
to break down all
let's
three of
talk
them.
some facts. Let's talk some facts real quick. I'm not condoning marrying white girls. I only like white girls. But let's put it. When Kanye went on Swear in the Morning, was he not $53 million in debt? Yes or no?
I don't know how much he was in debt, but I know he
Yes,
had enough
he
money
was.
to start him
The
a
man,
business.
hold on,
He
listen.
had enough money to start a business,
Bro,
Trey.
man was $53 million in debt. That's a fact. After he married Kim Kardashian, he got in different rooms, got on a different level, and became a billionaire. Now, I'm not saying it's okay to do that, but he made a strategic move marrying her. He didn't marry her because he liked her. That was a business. That was a business deal, which you don't understand. And a lot of people, when you look at the old times, they married for business, and you know that. Come on, bro. Don't act like you don't know that. So I'm not condoning it, but at the end of the day, he had a plan. And at the end of the day, he got me, you, Brother Con, Brother Ben X, and JoJo sitting here talking about him because he got on billionaire status and got in rooms that we probably won't ever get in. And then he
Hey,
exposing what's going on inside of these rooms. You can't, how can you not commend the man for doing it?
My,
hey,
Trey,
it's three
you still
things.
missing the ultimate point. I'm saying you are only talking about this
What's the ultimate
individual
point?
again because of him being connected to white people.
It
The
don't
same
matter,
things that
bro.
Kanye are talking. No,
Hold on.
no. I'm talking about. I want. So all I'm saying is, I want the same level of support to the black individuals who do not have the white deity, white wife, and breaking bad with white people. As a black man, I
Hold
want
on.
the same respect and energy and love shown to that individual. That's all I'm asking.
Bro,
Say,
listen.
look,
Let me
to me,
ask you a question.
what to
If a
me,
brother, hold on,
Y'all
hold on,
refuse to
hold on,
answer that part.
hold on, hold on.
I
Name a
know.
black person. Name a black person that you know that didn't get help financially from a white person. I'm just saying.
I
I'm just
think
saying.
Marcus Garvey, Marcus
Now,
Garvey,
bro,
Marcus Garvey,
talking about right now.
Marcus Garvey. No black
I'm
man, and no
talking
black
about
man has ever accomplished in the state of
right now.
USA
Hey,
what Marcus Garvey accomplished off the
20,
Kanye got
hands of
fire that man.
thousands of black people,
Fire
20,
of
Mari.
thousands of black people.
So
2022.
what happened to Elijah Muhammad? He just disappeared.
I'm talking about 2022. Bump all that. Which y'all talking about the past. Right now, 2022.
No, It's
Who?
not gonna happen in
So
2022
hold,
because
hold
you
on,
got too many
hold on,
Negroes that
hold
love
on,
white people
hold on.
more.
Let's
You're not
stop.
gonna accomplish it.
Let's
It's
okay.
not gonna happen in
So when
2022.
you say people that haven't been funded by white people, like people that accomplish what? Because I mean, there's a lot of people that haven't. So I'm pretty sure you're assuming that accomplish a certain level. So what?
Oh, let me put some comments. Think about this, right? When the average person look up to multiple billionaires and billionaires that we have in today's time, 9 times out of 10, they did business with a white person. That's all I'm saying. That's a
But
fact.
that's individual success, though,
It
Trey.
doesn't matter.
Because
If they
because
did business,
Kanye has money does not make Oak Cliff better.
you're not listening. They still did business with somebody white. LeBron James
Trey,
got his contracts from white people. Name me
Listen,
somebody that got some real paper. I'm gonna tell you they had a contract and did business with somebody white. Period.
I don't.
he mentioned Marcus Garvey, right?
Well,
Marcus Garvey,
And he
bro.
stood on it. But here's the question:
And he
that
built
Black Star
something
Line,
that
the
was
Black
for black
Star
people
Line.
other than
We
himself.
talk
Wait a minute,
20,
them Black
20.
Star Line ships that we had under Marcus Garvey. Who built the ships?
6,000 businesses.
Wait
We're
a minute,
talking
who
20,
built the ships? The Black Star Line. Who built the ships in the water? Did we build them or did somebody else build them?
20,
We built
20.
them.
Oh, we built the ships in the water.
Yep.
Come on, bro.
Is
Get
that
him, brother.
factual? Hey, can you
Get
fact
Yep.
him,
check
bro.
that, brother Ben? Can you Google that? Who
Well,
built? Not who
Hey,
paid for it. I said who built it.
we did. All 4 of them. I
We
can,
built.
I can, hey,
We took the.
and
We built
look,
them from scratch. Yeah.
I can literally get the president, the current sitting president of the
And
UNIA right now, Brother
we're
Clifford.
talking about what we're fighting now, which
It's
is
not going to
discrimination.
happen right now because you got too many niggas that don't want to be with just black
Bro,
people.
so
No,
It's
so
not going
so
to happen.
bro,
okay? What is the problem with getting
Trey refuses to answer that
so
part.
so if
He can't
somebody
leave that part out.
if
It ain't
somebody
gonna
right.
happen.
if somebody do business with a white person, they make money. What's the problem with that?
Who you
Mr.
asking, me
Polo.
or Trey?
There's a reason this question is being brought up. So either you or Trey, whoever, I think he's responding to you. So what is the
I don't
problem?
Let Mario.
listen.
Yeah,
I
Mario,
don't
what's the problem with Ye doing business with white people? What's the problem
Mr.
with if he do some business and he make money? What's the problem with that?
Mr.
I don't
Polo.
I don't have a problem with him doing whatever, even marrying a white woman or praising a white deity. I don't have a problem with none of that. All I'm simply saying is just because he's doing that, he has $11 billion. That doesn't make Compton, Harlem, Oak Cliff, South Dallas any better as a black community because he has money and he has a tennis shoe under Adidas. That doesn't make it any better. It does not change the climate for the black man. Or can you put him in a picture next to Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, or Noble Drew Ali? You can't do that. These
Ye
people
is
built
being
tangible things
adamant.
that was improving for the black community. We don't have no black African center schools. We don't have no money. We got people like your anytime. This is what I ultimately feel, right?
Well,
When it
He
black
comes
people
to the
donated
got plenty
Candace
money
Owens,
though.
your Kanye's,
donated
your
Dr. Umar.
Charleston Whites of the world. Only time you hear for said black people, quote unquote, pro black people, is to be the opportunist or one from a situation of them wanting to come in and be divisive. COINTELPRO, which I truly believe the Charleston White character is. Because I've never seen this individual when it comes to actually putting together tangible things just along
Okay,
within this city. We
okay,
had
we know
black
Black people
schools that
got
needed
plenty
help to
money.
be open.
We got
Brother
money.
Ask
Ben.
me if that person or that individual was out there to try to help fund it.
Okay, Jojo, what's your response?
Man, I'm not responding to him. I want to say thank you because listen, we do a retreat every year. Last year, how much did you donate to the retreat, Brother Ben?
3,000, I think.
Brother Ben gave me $3,000, brother. You know what I mean? To take these little kids out here to no, it's not a school, no, it's not a Montessori, none of that. You know what I mean? To take these kids out here and to surround them with black men pointing to them to help educe what's in them to walk them closer to their purpose, to reclaim the image. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that to say, my brother Marie, he my brother, and I love him. You know what I mean? I got nothing but love for him. You know what I'm saying? But he is on a monthly payment plan to Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar take 2 payments a month after Umar after out of his check. You know what I'm saying? Because and he got it on auto
And,
pay. You know what I'm saying?
Ask JoJo,
Hold on.
did he help put any money into the school for
Can
Dr.
I,
Umar?
can I
It's too
talk?
black. It ain't
Can
named
I
after
talk?
Abraham Lincoln.
Can I talk?
It's named after
So
Marcus Garvey.
so what I'm saying is a person will skip causes right there at their front door. You know what I'm saying? This is the mind, in my opinion, of the pro-black, and find some shit all the way across the United States that don't manifest. And this is a knock on Dr. Umar, because I'm not trying to talk down on nobody. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is
But you don't
that
like him though.
no, what I'm saying is that pimping in the name of blackness. You know what I'm saying? To whereas a person would sign up and donate to some shit that they can't see, all in the name of blackness, black talk, but not black revolutionary acts. So a person would talk about somebody married to a white woman, right? But to me, that's the same thing if you're not loving on a black woman. I'm married to a black woman. So do I do, Kanye having a white wife? No, but that's him. You know what I'm saying? But that's the same as me with baby mamas, in my opinion. If we gonna talk about the black family, we gonna talk about all of that. It's more than one way to destroy or to retard the black family. It's not just marrying a white woman, brother Mario.
I mentioned two
Respectfully.
other things. We got to deal with them other parts too. We can't just only again. We can't just go only go by
I'm gone.
sound bites. When we say like we was talking about dealing with the schools, we had a black African Center school right here, African Care Academy, that had individuals, literally multiple individuals that was graduating from college at the age of 15. Ask me how many niggas, black folks, coloreds, tried to help keep this school open. This lady created, grew her own foods,
Wait,
taught 5 different languages, created financial literacy,
Mar-
all of every single thing that we need. Now, what we
Mario,
do, we take our kids, we get up
Mario,
and go out to Plano. We go out to Highland Park. We try to
hey,
find the whitest Montessori
what
that's possible to put our black child, boy, and girl in.
people knew about this school?
Huh?
How many people knew about this school?
I don't know. Not a lot. I put it like this: Erica Badu knew about it and invested in. But
I
but
no
my
no no
question is, Trey,
no. Stay right
How
there.
does
Stay right
that
there.
detract from what Ye's doing?
the point that I'm bringing up, brother Khan, is the fact that if it is too black people will, the majority black people will not get behind it. And the reason, like how Trace just
Mario,
the
how you
question Trey
gonna
just
get
asked me, how many
something
people
you
knew
don't
about the
know about?
school? Great, that's a great. I'm going to answer that, Trey. A lot of people are not even Googling that possibility, is the point I'm trying to make. No,
You know
the
why?
majority of black people are not typing in, where is my local African Center school for my pro-black child? They're not looking for that type of school because they don't
Why?
want that. They would prefer to take their kid out to some white Montessori school because that's where the better education is at.
When the fact of the matter is we are living in a world of white supremacy. So even though we are black
I
on
agree.
the outside, we are coconuts on the inside with a white mindset, a white mentality. And the more we become educated and get the knowledge of who we truly are, then our actions begin to change and align with the new knowledge. Just like Ye is doing as he moves through different realities, he is seeing that there's a glass ceiling that is set up, and his objective is to bust the glass ceilings that have been set for all of us because he's in the room. And now that he's in the room, we might not be in the room that he's in, but I can cover the back door. You can cover the side door. Shit, Brother Ben can get him in the driveway. Brother JoJo can get them outside in the street. Everybody can't fight the same fight and shoot the same weapon. Kanye doing what he got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Brother Ben doing what he doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. But the more we push the wagon, the faster it's going to roll. We ain't got no
Hey,
time to be arguing about what Ye doing. Let's get back on Trump. Let's get back on Biden. Let's get back on Pelosi. Let's get back on all these crackers that have been universally dominating us for the last 6,000 years. We can settle our differences later, but right now, hey man, if Ye got them shook up, it's gonna be Ye all day. If Kyrie said from Hebrews to Negroes, hey man, it's Kyrie all day. That's all
Fact.
I'm talking about, family. If we gonna
That's
be
fact.
really pro-black, we all doing business with white folks. Pull that money
Fact.
out your pocket. It got a cracker face on there. Oh yeah, it got slaveholders' names on there. Go to the gas station and get 10 on pump 5. Yeah, that's white money right there. Go to the grocery store. Come on now. We not in a world, we not in black world yet. It's on the way. But right now, we are forced to do business with our oppressor. We can get up out of it, and with moves like what Ye is doing, Ye
Fact.
is breaking the ceiling. He's busting it open. You say, well, what is he doing differently that other black leaders before him was not already doing? They were not exposed in this day and time of social media and modern technology that you can reach masses of people in an instant
That's
with
true.
a tweet. Just think about
Hey,
this, Brother Moria. With a
come.
tweet, he shook up the world with a tweet and said, I'm a bit sleepy right now, but
And
tomorrow
brother,
I'm
come.
going
Let me
DEFCON 3. He got all of them shook up with a tweet.
and
That's true right there.
and brother Kanye, the one thing I love about Kanye? He's saying a government name.
Hey, look, and for the
He
names he don't say,
calling
that's
them
where
out.
we come in and say the rest of their names.
Yeah.
Liar
He,
Cohen. Yeah, we got to expose Liar Cohen. He don't get no pass. He is
fact.
not getting no pass for getting on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne buck dancing and bootlicking and picking and choosing which side of the fence he gonna be on, depending on where the paycheck come from. Oh no, man. And I ain't gonna even front on my man Charlemagne or Charleston White. I'ma correct him. I'ma say, hey, Charleston, you're going too far now. You need to polish that eye that you be taking out of your face. You need to polish it off. You need to understand. I just don't be hearing you go hard and ham on these white people like you be doing on black people. Why is that? Why do you can't wait to open your mouth, Charleston White? He got the right name, Charleston White. I don't hear him talking about none of these people the way he be talking about us. The way he celebrates Black Death, saying F Nipsey Hussle, F this about Takeoff and
Yeah.
PNB Rock. Man, we don't do that. He done broke the code right there. And if ain't nobody gonna call him out, hey, Charleston White, my number 219-299-49. I ain't got to run up on you. Get on the panel with me. Let's talk about it, Charleston White. I applaud anything he doing in the community. But don't
Which is
use
nothing.
us as at the
Nothing.
expense to get a YouTube check. Don't go off on us, the clown, and give us the coon show just so you can get some internet money. No, man, get on out there for real and call these folks out. But you always piping down on camera. Them big African lips is going all to the side to call the police department on another black man. I don't never hear you calling white people on white people though. That's just my Charleston White rant. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me get back on topic right here. But
And
somebody got
brother,
to say it, man.
and now brother
Enough is a damn enough. And
Kanye,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
leaving Ye out there. I ain't leaving Kyrie out there. I ain't leaving Maury out there. I ain't leaving 19 Keys out there. I ain't leaving none of y'all out there, man. You gonna die any damn way. You might as well die swinging, and you might as well die
You
fighting.
better
If I
believe it.
got to go, I'm gonna take me a whole legion of them with me. Oh yeah, I need to have
Talk
one
to
of
me.
their arms in my hand when I'm going down. Yeah, I need to have somebody else's hand in the head, like you know what I'm saying, Maury. Hey man, they got to go. There's too many of us being laid down. And we gonna argue about Jazz Prince and Rap a Lot and Mob Tie. Hey man, I'm with Jay Prince. I'm with all of them. That's just the way it
Yeah.
go at the end of the day, man. We gonna settle our differences later. But right now, we got to keep our eye on the prize. And the prize is for us to get together. We got to get together in every city. We got to get together in every state. Our sisters that's on the stripper pole, I'm with them too. But the more we teach them, the better we stand up as men, they going to get off the pole because they like what we like. If we didn't finance the stripper, she wouldn't be on the pole.
That's a fact.
If
Now
we didn't
that's one thing,
finance it,
brother
if
Con.
we
Then
didn't
I'm actually
finance it,
glad you
if
brought
we
that up
wasn't
because
hitting
that's a
like double heart, getting in the DM every time they got them clappers rolling, they wouldn't be out there clapping it like that. They wouldn't be out there dropping it like it's hot. But we are the proponents. We are the financiers of the OnlyFans accounts. Oh yeah, that's us, man. But when we gonna step back?
I will say,
So I just
you
want to
definitely.
remind y'all, we got 2 more topics we got to hit now. That we on this
Nah,
yay. We
yeah, I
got
got
2
you.
more
I'm
topics
gonna
we
be
got to
real quick.
hit.
I'm just giving the brothers props. I think that that's ultimately also one of the things that I would like us as Black people, whichever side that you own, as far as your ideologies and beliefs, that we would have more private about what we feel that is the betterment or the lane or the mission for Black people. I do wish that we would have these conversations privately as a family versus publicly. I think that's also a lot of my dis-ease with a lot of celebrities of dealing our dirty laundry or talking about our dirty laundry publicly versus of having this conversation privately as a family. When we talking about if in the space of this is what we need as Black people, or this is our issues, or this is what is going to be the solution for our problems. Because if we give our enemy too much information as far as what we're gonna do, then our hand is already cut before we can even start going.
Oh
So
yeah, you always got
I
one
agree
of us
with you
in the
there.
room though. See, we got to thoroughly vet everybody. Yeah, we got to check your black card for real. We got to even see if you could come sit at the table with us. We got to check your resume.
Gatekeepers,
We got to dig into your
real
pedigree.
gatekeepers.
Oh yeah, man. But see, we be letting too much slide. We be giving too many
Yeah.
people passes. Unfortunately, some of our heads gonna have to roll too. But right now, yay, he can't be out there by himself. That's all I'm saying. If he fighting that fight, hey man, he's swinging up top. I'm gonna be swinging down low. Let's deal with the facts. Let's pull the secret relationship between blacks and Jews books out, and let's call to task the rabbis, the scholars, the historians, the everyday white folks, the business white people, the Jewish community that have capitalized on us. Did you do it or did you not? Forget yay. Let's look at the facts. Don't fight us. Let's fight these facts. And they don't want the facts to come out. It's easier to say that's anti-Semitism. Well, I'm here to say no, it ain't anti-Semitism. It's anti-Chemitism. Oh yeah, y'all anti-Kemetic, man. And we got to close it all down. No, in case y'all confused about what Chemitism means, that just means black people. If you anti-Kemetic, you anti-black. Because you wouldn't put no Jewish child laying in a puddle of blood on TMZ like you did Takeoff. No, you wouldn't do that. You're going to protect and preserve your own and get on the news and say, I'm sorry, the scene is too graphic, ladies and gentlemen. But you have normalized our traumas, and you have made us and you have conditioned us through your mass media. And y'all know what media stand for. Media means the most effective devil in America. They will assassinate us through the lens of the media to justify physically destroying us, but they can't do it until after they have assassinated your character. And it's 3 things that white people never ever wanted us to learn, Brother Morier. That's the science of business, the science of mating, and the science of warfare. They said if we ever learn those 3, the game is over. So you got Ye practicing the art of business. Oh yeah, man. You got the Nation of Islam over here practicing the art of warfare. Yeah, you got us, man. We coming together on all sides, and they see that their world is coming down in front of them, and so they are angry and they doing everything they can. They swinging, they screaming for air because they know that their time is up. And if we let Ye do this, another one gonna stand up. While they trying to fight Ye and Kyrie, another one standing up in Spokane, Washington. Another one is coming up in California. Another one is happening in Chicago. And the most gangstered out ones among us are the ones that they can't calculate. Oh, they got them in the pen. Yeah, they got them in the feds. They waking up. They got them. They got them in the hood waking up. The one that's eating them Doritos with the ground beef and the cheese on the top of it with them big ass pickles at the gas.
The
Yeah, he
spreads.
waking up. He
The
got
one that
he
got the
got that
spreads
that
going.
brother being circulating how white folks got so rich. He reading it. He got a little Dorito dust on the side of the page. He said, "Oh, straight up," and he ain't got no fear in his heart neither. So that's what we need to be focused on, fam. Not what Ye doing. No, we need to pick up the pieces that Ye is forgetting to pick up. Like Brother Ben said, slavery was a choice. Well,
I
some
didn't.
slaves chose to be
Ye
free.
said that, brother Ben. Let's clarify.
Hey, look, some of us chose when they were bringing us over here on the boats and the slave ships. Some of us chose to jump overboard rather than be a slave. That was a choice. Some of us chose like Nat Turner in the middle of the night. Oh yeah, to grab
Them
a
my
few axes
Reese's.
and a few shotguns. That was a choice right there. And they got 55 of them in one night. Ooh, that was a choice right there though. Terrorize them folks. But it was a choice. We always got a choice to be free or to die.
All right, y'all. We're
And
going to get
many
to this
of us
next.
choose to be in the shackles because we in the face of knowledge. You can Google anything just about right now. And you could choose to stay asleep. I saw my man Big Facts on Revolt TV. He say, "No, I ain't woke. I'm asleep. I'm a sleep nigga." They was arguing about bean pies on Big Facts. And my man Big Facts say, "No." He say, "No, I'm asleep. Don't say I'm woke. Don't even put that title next to me. I'm gonna stay asleep." And it's a lot of our choice right now to be asleep in the face of overwhelming evidence.
So, fam, we're gonna go to a quick commercial. Then we got two more topics. We're gonna talk about Kyrie. I don't know if y'all seen it, but Shaq and Barkley had some words to say about Kyrie because of the tweet. And then we're gonna talk about Takeoff as we close. We're gonna go to a quick commercial. Then we'll be right back. I want you to think with an abundance mindset, no less than $10,000 a month. I want that to be your goal, no less than $10,000 a month. See, successful people got a routine. The reason we not successful is because we don't got no routine. We getting up every day, every morning, and we don't even know what we doing today.
Digital real estate has honestly changed my entire life, changed my business, changed the way I think about business, changed the way I think about my life in general.
Like, I got screenshots of my insights doing 943% better than the week before. All because of the stuff that I utilized from the digital real estate program.
Her 8-year-old son was making $1,000 a week. Man, I need to tap into whatever this program is.
The clarity of what digital real estate is. It's like physical real estate, but on the digital side.
Doing what Brother Ben told us to do in digital real estate, I watch my numbers grow.
You were explaining how I can take things that I think are normal, just really base things that I do on a daily basis and say, hey, that's content.
He broke down on how to monetize your actual content and your intellectual content and monetize it and actually live off of it.
Many people believe that digital real estate is selling homes online, but that's not what it is. The scripture says your gift will make room for you and bring you amongst great men.
That's what the program is doing. It's mining the gems that are already inside of you and bringing that out and helping you understand what your value is.
So what the digital real estate program does is tap into your gift, your skills, your purpose, your talent, and shows you how to scale it online through impact.
You coaches are bar none acceptable. Now, I ain't got no mic like y'all, but y'all see this pen? It's dropped, okay?
I made $2,000 in
come on.
in 3 days. People don't understand. You got to get this course.
I started to learn the power of social media because before being on social media, I was just doing that, being social.
It really transformed my life.
We had close to $20,000 a month, and then we had a close to $10,000 a month.
And Ben is up here blessing people game, giving people free game. I don't know why y'all have not listened to this man yet, have not invested in yourself by getting his digital real estate platform.
Now, Ben got a heck of a program. A lot of people listening to Brother Ben.
I believe we shouldn't focus on passive income. We should focus on passive impact, because the more people we impact, the more income will come.
Y'all heard of BNX?
No, I heard of BNX.
He's one of the younger brothers. BNX.
Ben.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen that name somewhere. Yeah. I've seen that name.
Allah has imposed on all of his creatures the duty of doing something for self.
You think, all right, one still shot.
I love you, Ben.
Love you too, brother.
All right, y'all. So that was the commercial. I know that was a little long, but it gave us a little reset. www.drecourses.com. If you guys want to sign up, man, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're someone who want to learn how to grow your brand, grow your following, grow your impact and your income, go to www.drecourses.com. .com. Now, what we're going to get into, y'all, we're going to talk about this Ye situation. I mean, not Ye, I'm sorry, Kyrie situation. So we're going to play this interview just in case y'all haven't seen it or the audience haven't seen it. And then I want to get y'all commentary on this.
And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them. I am no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not?
Why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
That was a few weeks ago. I do not stand with Alex Jones' position, narrative, court case that he had with Sandy Hook, or any of the kids that felt like they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true. So I wasn't identifying with anything of being a campaignist for Alex Jones or anything. I was just there to post, and it's funny, and it's actually hilarious because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see. It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
Put it out on your platform.
But I'm promoting it? Do you see me in front of
By putting it out there, people are going to say that you are
promoting.
promoting.
Yeah, put it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
You put
stuff,
things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff is
Great.
not
So let's move on.
Filled
let's
with
move on.
Anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
another
You're
human
free to
being.
post
I can post whatever I want. So say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
It's not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no
posting
people that
what
you're
you
making
did,
up, bro. Move on.
But by posting
Move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question.
Anybody
Do
is
you guys
going
have
to
any more
look at
questions
it,
for
and
me?
they're going to say,
You guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a clip.
beliefs?
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
That exchange with Nick Friedel the other night after the game. And look, if he keeps making a big thing out of the.
All right, now before we move on to what Shaq and Barkley said, what's y'all thoughts, brothers, on that back and forth that y'all just seen? Let's start out. Let's go in order. Let's start with Trey.
I really didn't have any thoughts on Kyrie's situation, man. I feel like, he spoke his piece on actual documentary or whatever that he was referencing to. People got upset about it. He really didn't make an opinion about it. He just told people to go watch this, and you're gonna hear the truth, or the truth will be exposed. So I don't feel like he did anything wrong, me personally.
Marie?
There was a lot of truth to what he said. I think that a lot of people won't respect what he says because Kyrie has kind of already been marked as crazy or deemed crazy, for quite some time. So as far as the industry, reporters, the media, none of them are really fans of Kyrie in this outside of the basketball court at all. So they, I think that they're going to speak negatively about him or, pick at him, ever since he's, had the debate about the round earth, flat earth conversation.
All right, Uncle JoJo.
I don't know, brother Ben X. I just watched that clip. I've been watching or paying attention, but I haven't clicked on any other things. I know they say that he shared something, but as far as that exchange, man, I just think that the media doing what the media does, and when you give them that rope, you just got to be ready for what kind of comes with it, So, but really no thoughts, but the devil being the devil, in my opinion.
Brother Khan?
Hey, man, I applaud Kyrie for checking that reporter. See, they still want us to be slaves. We don't have the ability to think by ourselves and be free. And when that reporter tried to slide in anti-Semitism. How are you gonna talk about anti-Semitism to a man that come from Semitic people? See, we got to clear these terms that we unfamiliar with. He didn't do nothing wrong, but they wanted him to bow down. They wanted him to capitulate. They wanted him to acquiesce. I know y'all ain't think I could use them big words like that, but they wanted him to be able to say, Master Gilmore, Mr. McGillicuddy, I'm sorry, I won't do it no more. I just shut up and dribble the ball. Man, them days is over with. We can post what we want to post. If y'all try to shut us down, if black people get up at the NBA, y'all ain't gonna have no NBA. If we get up at the NFL, y'all ain't gonna have no NFL. So y'all need to knock it off. We are going to continue to rise up, to awaken, and you cannot stifle and shut the light out of the minds of the Negroes and the black people and the slaves that you have done all this time, and don't think that you're not gonna pay a price at the end of the day. So I'm glad he checked that man. I'm glad that he made it clear he ain't backing down. He ain't bowing down. He ain't scratching where he don't itch. He can post what he want to post on his page. If they don't like it, do something. That's how I feel about it. Shout out to Kyrie, man.
All right, now it's about to get interesting because it's been some things that done happened. So so now I want to get y'all input on this. Now this is what, now for those who don't know, Kyrie posted interview. I'm sorry, not an interview, a documentary in his Instagram story, Hebrews to Negroes. So they still haven't said what was anti-Semitic about it. They still haven't said what was wrong about it. They just said it was wrong. So I'm still waiting on one of them to say, Kyrie, this statement was wrong in the documentary. We still haven't heard that. But this is Shaq's and Charles Barkley response to this.
The word promotion, that is promotion. If on your social media, you say, boom, here's a link to this. That tells me, hey, you should watch this. Correct? He's got 17 million Instagram followers, another 5 million or so on Twitter. You're all over social media. Do you ever put something out there, Shaq, that does not represent something that you feel?
I was probably one of the first guys on Twitter. And when I realized the power it had, I knew I had to be very responsible. Followers, platform, whatever you call it, I knew I had to be responsible. I try to make people happy. I try to make people smile. My formula has always been the same. 60% to make you laugh, 30% to inspire you, and 10% whatever I'm selling. You have to be aware of what you're doing. And you have to be aware that sometimes when you put stuff out, not everybody's gonna like it. Some people are conscious, some people are not. I can tell he's not conscious. He doesn't really care what's going on. But us, I know that the game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. I stand for equality of all people. I've always been like that. Don't matter what religion, don't matter where you're from. I could say shalom, salam alaikum, ni hao, say bon, because that's how I was raised. So I don't really want to sit up here and answer questions for what he's done. If you're looking at me, it's my job to make people happy. I can't speak for him and, answer for what he's doing. It's obviously by his answers and the way he answers, he doesn't really care.
Chuck.
I think the NBA dropped the ball.
In what way?
I think he should have been suspended. I think Adam should have suspended him. First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. If you're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million.
See, this is what I'm saying. They literally saying he insulted them because this man just shared a documentary in his story. So are we gonna? Man, this ain't making no sense.
So, Bean, first let me ask the question though, Bean. What somebody please define? Because I actually have never looked it up, nor have I ever actually heard the definition. What exactly is anti-Semitic? What makes one anti-Semitic?
Brother Young Khan was talking about it. Go ahead.
Hey, look, we can play semantics, but to give you the simplified, I got this big old dictionary. I'm gonna pull it up. Yeah. I got one of them big unabridged original dictionary from like back in the 30s and the 40s that's gonna give you the real deal. But in a nutshell, when you say you are a Semite, You are referring to the ancient Hebrews, the ancient Arabs, the ancient Ethiopians, right? In the African landmass, that we know that the Caucasians are not ancient anything because they just got here 6,600 years ago. So they ain't ancient nothing. What they have done is use that as a term to weaponize against anybody that speaks out or exposes them for their wicked, evil mistreatment. And once they label you an anti-Semitic person, they put you on a list and your name goes out. And you know that you've been you've been whiteballed. And anybody that associates with you, they gonna crack the whip on you too, which is where they got the name Cracker comes from, because all they've been doing is cracking the whips on our back. And for
Oh, so,
Shaq to call that man an idiot,
Brother Khan,
when
let me
he
ask.
said 60% of his formula is to make people laugh. See, we ain't got no time to be laughing when we out here dying. We ain't got no, he's talking about dividing the league because Kyrie want to talk about what his truth is. Shaq, if that's your formula, that's your formula. That don't divide the game. Why is that dividing the game? And then you got old buck dancing, bootlicking Charles Barkley talking about he taking Adam Silver's money because he's Jewish. Hey, Brother Ben, is this anti-Semitic? A whole photo album of them hanging us at will? Is this anti-Semitic right here? 100 years of lynching, where they wrote about it in newspaper articles, where they sold popcorn and lemonade and cut our body parts off. Why they not condemning these anti-Kemetic books? Is this anti-Kemetism right here? And Kemetic means black, where they sold us, where we was the first product on the stock market. Or is this anti-Kemetic? Is the real Dr. Fauci anti-Kemetic? Come on, man, we can go for a minute. Is this anti-Kemetic right here? A whole book called Sundown Towns, where when the sun go down, the nigga better get out of town. Let's knock off the hypocrisy in the name of democracy and talking about Jewish people's religion and Judaism. Kyrie never said nothing about their religion. He never said nothing about Jewish people. All he did was send a link to a documentary that he saw that was on Amazon Prime. So if they got a problem with anybody, they should be going to war with Amazon Prime, not Kyrie Irving. They need to knock it off and cut the shenanigans. That's all I'm going to say. And while my man comments, I'm going to find the actual definition of anti-Semitism and Semite so we can be clear and get a little education in today while we having our discussion.
And Marie, their definition is to be hostile to or prejudiced against Jewish people. So anybody who they feel is coming out against them or speaking against them, they're going to label them as an anti-Semite. But we know as the original, if we are the Semite people, that would be anti against ourselves. But, you know, they're going to spin it and say that it means one who is hostile or prejudiced against those who are.
Towards Jews.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's finish the video right here.
Dollars and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs. And that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And
he's saying something should have happened because he acknowledged the Alex Jones. All he did was share some of the conspiracies, the cult groups. I forgot how he stated it. That from back in the day, not necessarily what has happened in recent times. So he's saying just because he has supported or has agreed with something that somebody has said, he gonna wrap it up and say something should be done just because he agreed with somebody. Man, I don't get it.
I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot. And when you say, if I say, hey, I'm agreeing with this movie, this book or whatever, I'm agreeing with it. I'm not going to first of all, you know I don't do any social media, but when you're somebody as great as basketball like him, people gonna listen to you what you say. It's and there's some fringe people out there. But like I say, I blame the NBA. He should have been suspended.
And their conversations are continuing with the Brooklyn Nets,
It's too
with
late
the NBA,
now.
but they're also looking at how do we move forward at this so we don't go through this again. No, it's not too late to say how do we prevent this. It's not too late to do that. But I see what you're saying.
I want to say that the reason it's too late, the NBA is giving in to peer pressure. If one of our players do something, they have the right, the team or the league has to do something immediately. If you just give in to peer pressure, that's the problem I have. This should have been handled already.
Kenny, let's get into this. Go ahead.
Well, firstly, if we're going to take what he says on a Twitter, we have to take everything he says. So if I'm going to take everything he says, I'm going to believe that he doesn't support or any of the views or promote the views of it. He said it right in my face. I have to accept that. So I will believe that. There are people in this world who've done, in their art, have done great things, that have said crazy things, that we still listen to their music, we buy their paintings, we do their things, and you might take an excerpt of that and say, I believe in this. Okay, so I'll take that as it may from Kyrie Irving. But I also believe that the reporter did have a right to ask the question.
Oh, sure.
That's it. So, and that's really where the argument became. You don't have a right to ask me that question. I do believe that, and based on this for Kyrie is that he has put himself as, he says, I'm the voice for some of the speechless when doing the COVID. So now he has transcended from basketball and became an activist politically. So you will ask him that question based on some things that you may read. But I have to believe him also when he tells me, that is, if I'm going to believe parts of it, I have to believe the totality.
You know what? And I just think Kyrie's just part of this. I mean, I just think we've lost our way. I think in this country we've lost our way. I think people have forgotten what it's like to put the thought process into, if I put this out there, who am I going to hurt? And they haven't. They're giving no thought to that. Where's civility these days? Where's empathy? And it's a worrisome road, and it's a dangerous road that we find ourselves on now.
I'm in a unique.
So that's the clip, y'all. So what's y'all thoughts now after y'all seen the response to it? What's your thought? We're gonna start with Trey.
JoJo was about to say something real quick.
Oh, who? Oh, JoJo.
Yeah.
No, you good, Trey. Go.
Now go ahead, JoJo. Go ahead.
Man, I wasn't about to say nothing, man. But man, I think it's sad, man, that they got on national TV and call that dude an idiot and undermined whatever behind a tweet. That they feel so compelled and emboldened to defend to defend something that's not even there. You know what I'm saying? People share things on a daily, and I don't know anything about the documentary. And when Brother Khan was giving his, what anti-Semitism is, I don't even think it's an expression of anything. It's just like them people don't want you to tell the truth. Anybody that tells the truth about the origin of who we are and who they are, anything that counteracts a lie, they gonna label as anti-Semitism. But for them to get up there and cry, what about compassion and what about empathy? He didn't produce it. He didn't narrate it. Like Brother Khan said, they need to have a problem with Amazon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but for Chuck and then Barkley, for them to get out there, I like Kenny Smith and how he put it.
Yeah.
Because the victim in there, this guy was just totally out of line. Yeah, if you put yourself in the activist realm, then I can probably ask these questions. Kyrie did parking pretty good, but these men went out of their way and they saying now we gotta talk about this because of this idiot. Even going as far as to get this dude suspended and saying because your boss is a Jew. Just say I did say some let me not say anti-Semitic. Let's say I did express some views, right? Or told some truths that the Jews don't like to hear, or whoever was signed. Just because you signing my check, I can't tell the truth about you. Right. I can't tell the truth on you. So for Charles Barkley, man, to say Uh, and I'm one of those people sometimes, bro. I wish Kyrie just, and just to be honest, I don't, I say I'm pro-black, I'm this, that, and that. I just believe it's a time and a place for everything. You know what I mean? And I feel like that sometimes Kyrie, in my personal opinion as a man, some of his things may have, or some of these athletes can be at the wrong time. It's not that it's the wrong thing, but sometimes it's the wrong time, in my opinion. So I'm not always lock, stock, and barrel with Kyrie. But for a man to get up there and advocate against another black man that his check needs to be taken and to build this momentum to where if it's talks, now we finna build this momentum. I'm looking at it as them, but I'm like, man, this is a powerful system. Who in the hell got they fingers up these men asses and use them like ventriloquist puppets, you know what I'm saying? And making them spew this stuff, bro. It's sick, sad.
Marie?
Go ahead, Trey.
Oh,
I'll
Trey.
go after Trey. Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead.
I just really like the way Kenny Smith articulated that if I'm going to believe what he said about this, I have to believe everything that he said in its entirety. And he specifically said, I don't believe this. He gave a reference, he gave a link. That's all it was. I believe that these people are reading too far into his message. People is mad that the truth is being exposed, like Brother Khan has continued to say it, and with Shaq and Barkley and the other gentlemen, you can just tell that somebody's pulling their strings and they're in control, and it's really that simple.
Marie?
What I'll say, and I agree. The reason that I loved how Kenny did exactly what a reporter, what a media person is supposed to do. He's not supposed to be biased. He's not supposed to pick a side. Kenny explained the situation and he dealt with the facts. And he gave both sides where both sides were quote unquote right and wrong, because again, his job as a media, as a reporter, is not supposed to be biased. He's not supposed to, because he's a Cowboys fan, go for the Cowboys. He's supposed to just talk about the game and predict how so and so can win because of X, Y, and Z. He's not supposed to choose certain teams just because he's a fan of them. Now, but what I would say ultimately about this whole entire conversation, this is literally everything that I have been discussing. The three individuals up there, that to me represented what I see as the black community. Charles and Shaq, and it's really tough dealing, even talking about Shaq, because he is also a person where I give him his props. Shaq is also a person who does things, who has built things, who has donated money. So I got to give him his credit for that. I do have to give, and I'm talking about specifically for the black community. Shaq has done a lot. I can't take that and knock that away from the brother. But at the same time, I feel as a black man, I can also say these are my issues with you as a black man when you are a part of this community. I don't like Shaq being no cop. I don't like that. I don't like how Shaq addresses and deals with racial or issues like these when it pertains to black men. You have a black man like Shaq calling another black man publicly an idiot. He would not address a white man that way. And I don't even have to get on Charles Barkley. He got a history of this. We know, again, we know who he is. He has been this way. Kenny was the only individual, when that killing happened in Milwaukee, Kenny was the only individual out of them that got up and walked up out of there. The rest of them other two, they sat in there. They will not address a racism or anything of what I call the dominant society or true powers to be. And as a man, we're talking about as a man, I have never had the mentality of being fearful of something. Even as a little boy, I don't care if this was a bigger, the bully of the hood, if I was going to win a fight, I was going to get out there. And I was forced to get out there to have to fight. I couldn't come home and say I ran from a fight. My mom and my daddy and them weren't going to allow it. So I don't understand the mind frame of an individual that is fearful of somebody else. I don't give a damn how rich or powerful they are. As a man, that's to me, that's what ultimately makes you a man, is being able to face your fears. And when you don't, I got to classify you in the other group.
Brother Young Khan?
For Charles Barkley, we'll start with him. Well, we know he lost. We canceled him a long time ago. He always has been the lapdog of his master. He's always been the one to say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?" He's always been the one to go fetch the newspaper out the yard when the paper truck throw the newspaper. Charles Barkley gonna be the one to put the paper in his mouth and run it back and give it to the master. We know that about him. So we expect that from him to be the coon of the year. He's my brother, but he's a brother coon. So I'm going to call him Brother Coon Barkley from now on. He's still my brother, though. He's just a coon about it and trying to appease his slave master. And he don't want no trouble around here now. Y'all go on with all that, Kyrie. You finna get
You
me in
staring up
trouble.
the good niggers. You
So
staring up
that's
the good
him,
niggers.
right? We know that about him. Now, back to this thing about being anti-Semitic. The dictionary says a Semite is a member of any of the people, y'all listen to this carefully, whose language is Semitic, including the ancient Hebrews. Are they black or white? We talking about ancient now. Y'all stop me when I got it wrong. I don't want y'all to say black or white. Ancient Hebrews, were they black or white? Ancient Arabs, were they black or white?
Blizz,
Ancient Assyrians, were they black or white? Ancient
Blizz,
Phoenicians, were they black or white? Ancient Babylonians, were they black or white? Ancient Europeans, even. All of the ancients were black. So when you say anti, and Semitic refers to all of these people from the land that we know is not white. How could they dare take the title to call somebody anti-Semitic? That's why I say we should just flip it and call them being anti-Kemetic, because Kemet means the land of the blacks, and we know that Africa is certainly not the land of the whites. They got the nerve to talk about how is this going to affect people if we put this out. I wonder if they thought about that when they put P-Valley on the air. I wonder if they thought about that when they put Love and Hip Hop on the screen. I wonder if they thought about that when they marketed and promoted WAP by Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. I wonder if they thought about that when they signed 21 Savage and Kodak Black. I wonder if they thought about how would this affect people if we put out drill music. They need to knock off the hypocrisy, man. And like I said, the biggest thing, we think that we're afraid. We don't know that they are more afraid of us than we are of them, because they know that their time is up, their dollar is falling, and we are not going along anymore to get along. And God is raising up a new generation, a fearless generation that is not willing to compromise what they believe in, and they see what is happening with these police shooting us down. We have been desensitized to Black death ourselves, but it's because it has been mass marketed amongst us and we have lost our identity. Oh, but thanks to people like Malcolm X, thanks to people like Marcus Garvey, thanks to people like Brother Ben and 19 Keys and Dr. Umar Johnson, who I got his book right here, just in case y'all ain't think I'm rolling with the team, man. I'm with the whole team. Anybody that is not on their team is on my team. That's how I feel about it. We all not going to climb up the mountain the same way. But the nerve of Charles Barkley, Brother Coon Barkley, to say that. I don't expect him to say nothing else. I expected him to say what he said. But the time is coming where soon they will get a hold of Charles Barkley, and he gonna realize when they slap him over the head, he gonna say, I'm a black man. Oh, but it's gonna be too late, because when you had every chance to speak on behalf of the little man in your community. We can't talk that I'm with everybody when it applies to them, because they don't talk about being with everybody until they are being threatened, until their country is about to go up in flames, until a game ain't gonna be played. Then that's when they want to grab hands with us and sing We Shall Overcome. But I'm telling you, we ain't singing We Shall Overcome no more today. We singing We Shall Overrun. And we ain't singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. We singing Lift Every Fist and Swing. That's what time it is right now for me. So all that stuff is later for them.
I propose this question to everybody. How do y'all feel about the concept or the idea of when we say gatekeeping or having repercussions for stepping outside of the culture, or do's and don'ts in the culture? For example, I'll give you an example, right? and I bring this up all the time with us on Men's Viewpoint, um, about Malcolm's situation, and I'm one of the biggest Malcolm fans that there is. He on my Mount Rushmore. I don't care what nobody say. But I understood the idea of silencing Malcolm because he stepped outside of code dealing with the nation, right? So as a community, as black people, and I'm putting this across the board, I'm not just limiting this to things that you just say, but this goes for killing another black man, raping a black woman, stealing, selling drugs, doing whatever is to a detriment to our people, policing ourselves, and also goes against as well, speaking negatively, speaking out of turn, talking publicly about another black man or one of our deities or one of our greats publicly as well. Should there be reparation or repercussions for said acts within the community?
No, no, and the reason I'm gonna say no because you referred or compared it to the nation. Black people as a whole don't have the structure, don't have the resources, don't have the discipline, don't have the nothing that the nation has. So we ain't got the power
You going in and out,
to
JoJo.
silence, to do nothing.
No.
I
But
said,
I'm saying
can you hear me now?
I'm saying that in a perfect world. I'm saying if we and notice I even said community. We know we don't have a community, but I'm saying if as a people, if in all things
If
being equal, let's say in a perfect world, do you think we should be structured in that way?
Mario, if my niece had nuts, she'll be my what? My
You
nephew.
still,
So,
yeah, yeah. I say that
we
all the
talk.
time.
You know what I'm saying? Uh, if like so, if so, no, we don't have the structure, the discipline, the resources, the plan, the none of that. We are on a grab. Everybody is for self. No, no common. Even though there is an enemy, we don't even recognize that we have the common enemy. You know what I mean? So instead of turning
I
to each
agree.
other, we turn on each other. So no, we can't silence nobody. We can't stop nobody. We can't cancel nobody. Ain't nobody getting up there. They make they we are bombarded with black rage, black murder, black death, black apathy, justifiable. You know, black people always talk about justifiable homicide, but we participate in justifiable genocide. You know what I'm saying? And we make a dollar off of it. So and nobody's apologizing for that. Nobody's getting on these platforms. Why? Because we can't enforce nothing. You know what I'm saying? But somebody shares a documentary, and now they got a crowd around EJ. We sorry he made you feel some kind of way, EJ. He's an idiot. We don't have that, bro. So no, we can't. We don't have the power to enforce nothing, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
I would
What's your thoughts?
say, brother Jojo, if you look at the Nation of Islam as an example, we, the members of the nation, are the same people that came out of the black community. We were the gangbangers, the drug dealers, the pimps, the hustlers, the thieves, the cutthroats. But we were willing to fall up under structure, to fall up under law, to fall up under discipline. And so we sit as a microcosm in the macrocosm of our people to show that it can be done. We organized a 1,000,000-man march on a Monday, and 2 million men showed up, and there was not one violent act or incident that took place. We
Very
showed that
true.
it could be done. We showed that we have the power to unite amongst ourselves and to cause one another to be on code at all times. The question is, do we as a people want to submit to the structure? Do we want to submit to the order? Do we want to submit to the guidance? We do have the power to cancel. Black people canceled the bus system in Montgomery in the 1950s. We said, well, since we can't sit where we want to sit, guess what? We ain't gonna ride the bus no more. It took a whole year, and we practically broke the backs of the bus system in Montgomery until they said, okay, we can't take it no more. Y'all can sit where y'all want to sit. And they got smarter. They got wiser with their military tactics and saw that integration would be more favorable than keeping us segregated. They said, well, if we invite the niggas in, they will spend more money with us. If we let them sit where they want to sit, they'll give us even more money. If we make them think that we are all the same when it comes to economics. lacks when it comes to structure, but we have the power, and they still remain in a slave master relationship with us. We can all just get along. But the minute our eyes come open to realize that we don't need them, we don't have to depend on them. It's our brains that built the cell phones. It's our brains that built all the major inventions that America benefits from. We are the ones that built the White House. We are the ones that paved the streets, built the highways and the byways. They use our black brain power. So if we had the brain power to build civilization, we surely got the brain power to come together. But they are working like the skunks of the planet Earth that they are, to always be in between the black on the left and the right. And as long as they can come in between us, we will forever be divided, practicing that 6,000-year-old philosophy of their father, Yakub, to divide and conquer. But I say it's a new black man and a new black woman on scene today, and we waking up and we getting smarter and we getting wiser, but they not going to advertise it. They not going to promote it. They not going to market it. But by the time it hits their screen, guess what? It's already too late. And that is the fear that they are having. Just like they didn't want us in the NBA at one time. They didn't want us in the NFL. But our talent, our gifts, our skill set, our ability, regardless to what obstacle they have placed in front of us, we have always bust down the door. But the last obstacle for us to overcome is the economic barrier. If we can bust through that right there, it's all the way over with. And that is the thing that they are most afraid of.
Trey?
Ben, what's your thoughts? Well, Trey?
Nah, I totally agree. Like I say, y'all hitting it on all fronts. So, my only question to Brother Khan would be, so and this is what I think. Only two ways because we can sit up here and talk about this, but and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But only two ways we really gonna get this plan in action. Either we're gonna separate or we're gonna infiltrate. That's the only way you're gonna do it. You're gonna separate or you're gonna infiltrate. Now, if we're talking about separating, right? If we separate, then that means we can't use our debit cards, we can't use our credit cards, we can't use the institutional banks that they have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So with that process going on, and when you think about all the black people that are united, that all to come together, and I know it can be done, but what institutions do we go? Who sets the system up for the black community and the black culture? And what does the time frame look like if we actually implement this? Now, me personally, I feel like because there's a system already in place that goes against us, the smart thing to do would be to infiltrate, get in a position of power, and start changing the issues that we have from a political standpoint to actually help our community, because the system has already been the system is everywhere. Let's just put it everywhere you go, anything you're involved with, there's a system. You see what I'm saying? It's just like even now, even on your phone, they're trying to make you be able to scan your phone when you buy a product. I said, I'm not doing it. I'm not putting no digital wallet on my phone, because the more we move toward the digital aspect, then that's more control we're gonna have. Nah, I want a credit card. Like my stepmother, she writes checks to this day. She said, I'm not doing it. I'm not getting no credit card. I'm not getting no debit card. I write checks. That's what I'm gonna do, because the more I move toward the buying, be able to scan my cell phone when I'm checking out, that's more I'm putting us deeper in this rabbit hole when it comes to the system. So in my opinion, I just want to hear Brother Khan's wisdom on how do we get out of this hole that we're already in.
Well,
Well,
before Brother Khan goes, I'll just say something real quick to that, Trey. One of the first things, I think as black people too, we have to stop thinking in the degree or in the sense of all, because we've never had all of nothing. All bad, all good, all revolutionaries, all excellent. We've never had all of nothing. All we need is a few good men or a few good women to be whatever. So we would look at it like this. Nearly Fuller, Francis Cress Wilson, they talk about the 9 areas of human activity, right? The 9 main things that govern our everyday lives. We would find said individuals to one, build those infrastructures that already have those systems going. You galvanize with those systems. The reason that I'm against the idea of infiltration is because I feel that we have already been in every said position of power. And if that individual does not have the mentality with us in mind first, then that being infiltrating, being the spook who sat by the door, that does us no good. That's basically just a black face and white spaces. Versus to where like the spook who sat by the door, and I really wish they would remake this movie. This being an individual who had a plan from the very beginning to infiltrate, only to bring said knowledge and information back to the hood from the beginning. And once he actually brought it back, he utilized that machine. Versus to where we just get in the position, we don't bring the information back, nor do we actually use it to actually build or use something for the betterment of our people. So I would say we would just start, like everything else, we would start with us. We got 5 brothers right here. What can we do? What do we have that we can put together and get started? Like Brother Khan talked about. I was at the Million Man March reunion. The reunion, it was 1,000,000 black people out there. It was so many people that galvanized organizations, businesses, all types of stuff. The minister put together 10,000. He asked for 10,000 men. 10,000 black men. That's it. 10,000, not a lot of people. But imagine if 10,000 people caught a disease. Doctors, hospitals, they're going to start to wake up and say, y'all, we need to pay attention to this. So if 10,000 people can bring awareness to say, okay, hey, we have a plague or we have an issue that's coming because 10,000 people has been infected with this, imagine what 10,000 black minds on one accord could do. I'll let Brother Khan go ahead.
To dig further into that about separation or infiltration, if you think about it historically, we have always been separate. There's already been separation. We've just been separate and unequal. We were forced to be separate. Even though we were amongst our enemy, we were still amongst them living a separate reality. One black, one white. And when the cities erupted, when Dr. King was assassinated in 68, they did what was called the Kerner Commission, where they studied to see what it was that caused us to erupt in 100 cities simultaneously, even though we had no communication system, even though we didn't have the internet, even though we didn't have social media. 100 cities went up in flames, and they said, oh boy, we got to see what's going on. And when they did this Kerner Commission report, they saw that the number one influence that united us as a whole was television. So they began to change the language. They began to change the programming. These little independent cable shows, Tell It Like It Is, and I'm black and I'm proud, but they were just little access channels where they thought that they were not on a main platform, Brother Trey. We were still being impacted. So when I saw your struggle on television, even though you were in another state, because I was connected to you as my brother, if I saw you being brutalized by the police in Texas, I felt it in Indiana. If I saw my brother suffering or my sister suffering in New York, it touched a nerve in my body in Indiana. So they took over the programming of our minds. But thanks to the coming of social media and the internet, it is out of the hands of one group of people. Because now by the time you see it on the news at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it's already old news. Because one of us took our phone out and we recorded it in real time when they shot Philando Castile. That was real time. You know what I'm saying? They may have had to come back later and delete it, but it was too late because it already went out. When they had their knee on the neck of our brother George Floyd, we saw the same cycle begin to erupt all over again. And there's only so long that you can keep your foot on our neck before we revolt and pop back up and we go to war. So ultimately, everybody is going to have to fight, whether we like it or not, and we're going to have to fight on all fronts. Now, will there be unity? Or will there be uniformity? Uniformity is when everybody is doing the same thing at the same time, thinking the same way, acting on the same thought. Uniformity is when we're getting together for one common cause. But you're going to work in your department. I'm going to work in my department. We're going to work in the 9 ministries. We're going to work in the 9 areas of development that Dr. Neely and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talked about. We're developing systems within systems. And at the proper time, as we are growing inside the belly of the beast, there comes a time to where the beast will have to give birth or the beast will die because the baby is taking over the body. And they already say that by the year 2035 or the year 2035, that America will no longer be dominated by the white majority. It's called the browning of America. That means for the first time in the history of the United States, we will outnumber the Caucasians inside of America, hands down. They are at a 0 birth population growth. For every one that's being born, one is dying. But every time you look around, Nene is pregnant. Every time you look around, Hector just had a baby. And so they are seeing their world of white supremacy dying a natural death. And I think the evolution, we would have never thought in our wildest imagination that Barack Obama, Michelle, Malia, and Sasha would have been sitting in the White House for 8 years. Oh, but guess what? When one get in, another one gonna come in. But until the system of white supremacy that they have in religion, in politics, in education, all of these are systems that we are present in every one of those sectors. And as long as we continue to grow and to be enlightened, we will see the old world going out with a bang and a new world coming in. So I would say, let's not let our hearts be troubled, but let's just continue pushing the line. And the more we push it, the weaker it's going to get. The more we keep hitting the tree with the axe from whatever angle we hitting it from, eventually somebody's going to yell timber, and the tree of white supremacy going to come all the way down to the ground. We not where we need to be, but we sure ain't where we were. And as long as we keep on going and keep on pushing, and we got brothers like y'all, man. We got brothers like Brother Ben. We got brothers like Brother Trey and Brother JoJo and myself and Brother Morier pushing the line. It's going to be better for those coming up behind y'all than it was for us, and it's going to get progressively better for us, and it's going to get progressively worse for them. So they're doing everything, as the scripture says, the devil is angry and coming down with great wrath because they know that they have a short time to live. If the minister left the earth today, he's still going to be present because he's in Brother Ben. He's in Brother Khan. So they, as long as they can't kill the idea, they can never kill the revolution. As long as the idea lives. See, they working to kill the idea on every front possible. The softening and the emasculation of the black man. That's why it's more popular for us to be with broken wrists on all these TV shows. That's why we best friend and we bitches and hoes on the TV, because they're working on our minds. But the more we stand up and give them the black man's viewpoint, oh man, they can't stop it. Every time that they hit us, another one pops up. In the words of DJ Khaled, they said, another one. Yeah, there's another one. Oh man, we blocked Brother Ben. We killed his YouTube channel, but guess what? There's another one. Oh man, we got rid of Trey's and Brother Maury, but guess what? There's another one, and another one, and another one. And eventually, there ain't gonna be nothing to talk about. This is just a moment in time. We've been on this planet for over 76 trillion years. These folks just got here just a few days ago, and their time is up, whether they like it or not. The browning of America is taking place and is dying a natural death. While they worrying about these guns, they forgot about we got a gun sitting beneath our belt buckle and inside them boxer briefs, and that gun is firing every day, buddy, and it's hitting the target.
That's why they going
Look at
crazy.
Kim K children right now. Kim K children, they brown. So the Kardashian legacy is forever changed. The Kardashians is black now. In one generation, the Kardashians is black. See, so it's going
What I
to
tell
happen.
you. What I tell you. Oh, look, Brother Khan, Brother Ben, all the brothers, I got a question. I know we got to move on, Brother Ben. I got a question, and I want y'all to tell me, is this blasphemous, right? You know what I mean? Because this is my thought, and I want y'all to tell me, am I wrong, misguided, or what in y'all opinions, right? So it's my opinion that as a people, we get caught up on wanting all people today to fight the battles of the past. You know what I mean? The battle that our ancestors have fought. I believe today's battle is the economic battle. You know what I mean? Is the battle of money. So when I look at the Kanye West, the Jay-Z's, the Puffies, even though I don't agree with them, you know, everything they do, I don't agree with everything my old lady do. I don't agree with everything my mama do, right? But when I look at them, I often refer to them as the modern day Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X's and the Harriet Tubmans, in the sense that they are on the forefront of the economic part in this capitalistic war, right? You know what I'm saying? So when I you know, make that reference and compare those to those greats of back in the day, is that blasphemous, or do you find any validity in that? I think go ahead, Brother Ben.
For me, I think that I agree that this is an economic. We definitely dealing with an economic war. The minister says politics, even without economics, is just symbol without substance. To on if they are the Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X of today's time, I do think what will make a new Malcolm or a new Martin or a new whatever is one who is speaking about black liberation, but also including economics. I think too far or too many times, you know, we look at these black leaders and we don't talk about economics that they had. Like I heard Khaled had a lot of money. You know, he drove a Rolls Royce or whatever. Why we don't talk about those aspects of things? Because now if we don't speak about the economics, or if we don't say that they should have had economics, we think that in order to be woke, you got to be broke. When I don't see no power in that. You know, yes, you can speak a word. The word is powerful. That's the most important thing, because it's the word that's going to wake us up. But at the end of the day, the minister even said, why economics? Because we can get on here and talk all day long, but this ain't going to pay that phone bill. The minister said the way that we fish and the way that we wake a brother up and bring a brother to God, you got to fulfill his need first. So if I can't listen to nothing about God when my stomach growling, when I'm hungry, I can't eat, I ain't got nowhere to stay. So we got to fulfill the need. And our economic point is not that we lack economics as a whole, is that individually, because we're not united and we don't pull our resources enough, we don't have the economics. So I can't say yes or no just because they got money, but I will say those who got money but also willing to use their platform to speak about the empowerment, and also willing to use their platform to encourage us to get our money up and encourage us to look into finances. I do think those are the new people that are really liberating us, who's going to touch on economics. Because honestly, this is how I feel. Many of us done already heard the words of Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan. We all, that's that same old. Like, what's my man who just came out? Sam, is his name Sam? Man, what's that dude name? Who got that song called damn man, Sambo, not Samba. His name not Sambo, Samba.
Oh, Simba.
Is that his name?
Yeah, he from Oakland.
He say just because you rap like you woke don't mean you dope. Man, niggas broke. We ain't trying to hear all them Malcolm quotes. I said, man, that's powerful. Because he's saying basically, man, we done heard this before. By any means necessary. Man, come together. Stop killing each other. We all done heard that. You know, we can go pull up on YouTube right now, Marcus Garvey quote right now, a Malcolm X quote right now, but our economic, we still in a poor condition because of our economics. So if they can, like when you look at even scripture, Moses and Pharaoh, Moses had Aaron that came up. What did do anybody know what Pharaoh did when Moses began to speak the truth? Anybody remember? With the children of Israel, what Pharaoh did, they took away the straws and made their work harder and said you got to do what you doing in the same time period, in the same time frame, but we taking away your resources. Why did they do that? So that they can be so busy working and couldn't hear the word from Moses and couldn't hear the word from Aaron. Well, look at us today. We ain't got time to listen to the conscious folks because I got to go to work. We ain't got time to go protest and do the work that you doing, JoJo. Man, I can't come look at the children and go to the camp. Shit, I got to go to work. I'm busy. So if they can keep us busy and working on jobs and 9 to 5s, then I never have time to listen to the real liberation. And even if I do now hear the liberation, what we always say, what about the action? Even though I know it, I ain't got time to go show it because I still got to pay bills in my own home. So I think those who are economically teaching us about business, freeing up ourselves, freeing up our time, making our money make money for us, I do think they're a big part of the liberation, and they are the new Malcolm and Martins who really freeing us. Because a lot of us got that word. We done grew up in church. We know some scripture, but it's that economic freedom that we need today, I believe.
And the reason I asked that, because that you just said, even with Puffy, right? Like, cause my thing is, so even with Puffy, his show or his channel's name is what? Revolt.
Yeah.
Brother Khan just said that. So sometimes, in my opinion, like it don't always have to be about the talk, but if you know, you know. You know what I mean? So if I don't reach billionaire status, I named my thing Revolt, right? And I'm giving and empowering and employing black voices, black visionaries. And I'm not saying that they can do what they want to do, because everything is still in the process. But even when I look at that Kanye West interview that they took down, you know what I'm saying? It's like LeBron them didn't even let him get it off. They didn't even let him air it. But we know once something hit the internet, it lives forever. So the fact that they let Kanye come up there, get that off, and then take it off, I don't think it was just, oh, we came up under pressure. You know what I'm saying? I really think that was an intended consequence to get that message out and to cause what has been caused. So that's why I just say I feel like there's some of the people that's empowered. I wouldn't say empower, but that are in position today. They doing more walk with a little bit less talk. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this, JoJo. Here's the problem right here. I don't know if can y'all see the comment on the screen? Y'all able to see what's on the screen? Can y'all read it?
Yeah.
So this person says, I don't know their name because it's just on the app. I got to look on my phone to see their name. I apologize. I'm just confused. Y'all are talking about economics and freedom. Money is your God. It's clear. Now we done been on this podcast for 2 hours. We just now talking about money, and they got the nerve to say money is our God. We done talked about black man. We done talked about history. Khan done pulled out 50 books. Marie done gave us some history quotes, and we talk about money for 2 minutes, and it's a problem. See, we have this also fear, and I don't know what it is with money. Whenever somebody get to talking about money, our community, for some reason, we think that's a bad thing. How is it money a bad thing when you go to work 9 to 5? Who pay your bills? In the comment section. You either got a cell phone watching us or you got a computer watching us. Who pay your phone bill? Who pay your Wi-Fi bill? How you doing it without money? Money is only a tool. So that's a mission within itself, just to get people to even wake up. Just to get people to wake up that there's nothing wrong with money. Just because somebody speak about money, it don't mean that's your God. Guess what? Sex can be a God. Sleep can be a God. Social media can be a God. Anything that you put over God, the supreme being, can be a God. But just because we discuss it, hell, it's a need in our community. It's something that is obviously a problem in our community. We need to discuss it. The reason we in this condition is because we not discussing it. So this is what I see all day on social media, on YouTube.
I want to elaborate on both of those for you, being the comment, because technically,
I'm gonna just say this one thing, and at the end of the day, bro, like, we not gonna get their attention until we hit their pocket. Period.
So what I say to all of that, the reason why I struggle with putting them or comparing individuals, because one, it's about one, your actions, what you've actually done for others, right? Um, and also to the intent or what your plan was to do. Now we can say that can be subjective because we don't know what a man's intent is, going forward. Tomorrow's a different day, right? But as far as if we judge off of what has just been done, that's why I would struggle comparing them. Now, when we talk about dealing with money, so the issue is white supremacy.
So hold on.
But
Before we move forward, I'm assuming you talking about Puff Daddy or P Diddy with the example that he gave. So are you saying that there's no action shown there to compare him to them?
yeah, no, well, I'm talking about just any black millionaire, 100,000aire, millionaire, just having money, period. Economic is not our only issue. That's not our only problem as a people. Just like police brutality is not our only problem. Health is not our only problem. Or education is not our only problem. We have all of those said issues are problems. Number one cause for black men's death is not being broke, it's heart disease. Heart disease is due to stress. Now, one could say my stress is coming from my baby mama asking me for $100. I can't give it to her because I'm broke. Now they can say, well, if you had more money, you'd be able to fix
Well,
said
that
issue.
that
Okay.
does lead to stress now.
Now I agree. But I'm saying also too, eating a pork chop leads to that. Leads to having heart issues. Eating beef, the hardest meat to digest, leads to health issues. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying all of these things in conjunction are a problem. So, which is why we can't just only focus on economics. We can't just only focus on education. We can't just only focus on politics. We have to have individuals. They have to be levels. Ben, you go take care of the economics. I'm gonna go take care of the health. Brother Khan, you go take care of our military. Trey, you go take care of our entertainment. Jojo, you go take care of our children. Go take care of our education. Everybody has a role because all of those issues are white supremacy. But again, what I'm saying is being able to compare a Puff Daddy to a Harriet Tubman, an individual who put her life on for a plan or a mission, versus to where just because an individual has money, that compares him to what an individual did. Does that make sense?
So, but I don't think JoJo was saying just because he got money. He was saying he has Revolt as a platform. On this platform, they speak about various topics.
I'm saying because JoJo was saying because economic. Let me not assume. I would have to ask the question: are you saying that economics is our issue as Black people? If we fix our economic problem, will that change our condition?
The root of our problem is spiritual, right? Once we get the mind right, everything else will take care of itself. But in regards to economics, like that unknown user posted, it's a reason why that user is unknown, because they don't want nobody to know who they are. That sounds like a statement of a chaos agent. That sounds like somebody who wants to divide and conquer again and insert this idea that we have to be broke in order to be woke. That sounds like somebody that's trying to get us to believe that money is the root of all evil, when in fact America was built on the principle of economics, of enslaving hundreds of millions of Black people. The very base of America is economics. So they need to knock it off and cut the shenanigans. In my hand, I got a book called The Rothschild Trust Fund. And I'm going to just share this with y'all. It said, according to the boast of Nathan Rothschild, he increased the family fortune from $3 million in 1815 to $7.5 billion by 1820. Now let's think, we talking about old money. We talking about Kanye got some money, and Puffy got some money, and Jay-Z and Dr. Dre. Hey man, Bill Gates got more money than probably our top 100 richest Black people in America. Bill Gates by himself he pocket checking everybody. We don't even throw Mark Zuckerberg in there. It's okay for them to have billions and billions, and Elon Musk to just drop 44 billion to buy Twitter. But if we got $1 billion, if we got 10 billion, and we using our money to push the culture forward, then why is that a problem? Most of us will not see a physical $1 million at one time in our lifetime. So we need our money to do the talking. It's not that they care about what we say. When Dr. King said, if violence in America is wrong, then violence abroad is wrong. So America wanted us to go fight the war in Vietnam. And Dr. King said if violence is wrong in America, then violence is wrong abroad. The very next day, J. Edgar Hoover said that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was the most dangerous Negro in America. Why? Because what Dr. King said was interfering with the money. What makes Ye so deadly and dangerous is because he's speaking truth to power and he has influence over millions and millions of people. And if the idea gets in the head of those millions and millions of people, along with the idea that Kyrie put out there when he put the link out, if that idea takes root in our minds, we will begin to stand up. We will begin to pool our resources. And to buy black means we not going to buy white. To support our brother and shop with another means we not shopping with them. And we see that that is their demise. How long do you think Adidas is going to really last? Losing $246 million per quarter. How long do you think they can sustain losing that type of financial money or backing and awareness coming into their community? The more we rise up, that's why it's in the scripture that said, Pharaoh saw that the children of Israel were multiplying and becoming mightier than them. And they said they hatched a plan, kill all the boy babies 2 years old and under. And they said, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply and join on to an enemy of ours and come against us. That is in the mind of the few that are ruling the many right now. They are afraid that we will lock hands, that we will lock arms, that we will respect one another. In case we didn't know, y'all, America's for sale. Oh, yeah, the land is for sale. All the companies is for sale. All we got to do is collectively buy, then we collectively control. But they said that we must never, ever be allowed to unite. And they worked night and day under J. Edgar Hoover. They worked night and day to demonize us by calling us anti-Semitic, to ostracize us amongst our own. But them old school tricks ain't working no more because they tried it with Ye. Even though Noriega knees buckled and he broke down and said, I'm sorry to Master Gilmore. Even though Charlemagne knees got a little weak and Coon Barkley knees is a little weak, as a whole, they are afraid that the revolution is coming from us. But if you look carefully, the real rising up is coming from amongst their own people. It is the young white boys who see LeBron James as their hero. It's the young white girls that's looking up to Cardi B, that's changing that mindset of white supremacy, that is willing to fight their own older satanic ancestors. The mindset of John Brown, the abolitionist, is rising up in the minds of the youth. And that has the old white supremacists shaking in their knees. So you got brothers like Tariq Nasheed rising up. You got brothers like Reza Islam coming up. Oh, you got Dr. Chris Cole coming up. You got Brother Ben. It's too many, man. So they looking for the ones of us that's outspoken, not realizing that it's the one that ain't saying nothing that's buying the cryptocurrency. It's the one that ain't saying nothing that's working on a new platform. It's people like Brother Ben that's building digital real estate, and they don't know how to control it because they can't manage it. It's out of their control. So when what's my man name that came up with Apple? not Bill Gates, but Steve Jobs. When
Steve
he
Jobs.
brought the
Yeah.
technology that he did, family, he freed us to where I can get the message to a man all the way in Africa. I can get the message over to a person in Italy. I can get the message to a black person in England in an instant. And they can't shut down all of our accounts at one time because we are the ones holding up the infrastructure. So I ain't worried. I'm excited. If I was going to live in any time, I'd rather be living in this one. I'd rather be living in this one when it's coming down rather than being a part of the ones that was building it up. So, man, shout out to each and every one of y'all brothers. Shout out to Brother Ben on this platform. Shout out to Brother Morier, Brother JoJo, Brother Trey. All of y'all, man, doing the mighty work that y'all doing. I just want to encourage y'all. Don't be discouraged. Don't let these buck dancing, boot licking, fake Uncle Tom ass niggas try to deter y'all from doing the work that y'all doing. Keep on hitting this enemy in the head from every angle that y'all can. And OG Khan got y'all from the back. I'm swinging whenever y'all ain't looking. That's why I tell anybody got
Pause.
problems
Big
with Brother
pause.
Ben, call my number. I'm going to go live with you and fight you on camera over my brothers, man. So anybody got a problem with y'all got a problem with me.
All right, y'all, we're going to transition to our last topic, which is the unfortunate situation that recently happened with brother Takeoff. So footage came out, as you guys know. Takeoff was recently shot, what they say accidentally in the head. He was also hit in the chest, and they have shown video of what led up to the event. So I want to share that. I know some of y'all have already heard the story, but this is the footage. Not of him actually being dead, so y'all ain't got to worry about that. But this is the footage of what led up to it, the argument, I believe. So y'all check it out.
Hold on, look. Listen, man. They know that, but they're not going to be disrespectful like they want to.
So as y'all can hear, it got something to do with basketball right here. So, y'all heard the story. That was the footage, man. To me, man, it sounds like, I don't know, man. It sounded like they was arguing about hooping or basketball. So I don't know if it was the shot. Well, some of the reports say that Quavo was getting beat in dice, and then they say he had got aggressive with somebody, and it was in retaliation. But as we see the footage, something was about basketball. But whatever it was, man, it was unnecessary, I think, for shots to go off over something like that, man. So Trey, we're gonna start with you, man. What's your thoughts on this whole situation?
Well, I'm pretty sure the story's gonna come out sooner than what we think. But it's a lot of people actually went to the police station and gave testimony of what they witnessed.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's been coming out. Because one young lady said it had nothing to do with the dice game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She said, I was there, and I'm not going to expose myself because I live in Houston and they actually know me. But my main thing is that what was troublesome was seeing Jay Prince Jr., who actually threw the event, walk right past Takeoff. That was the most. That's what I can't really understand why. Like, from my understanding, y'all was cool, et cetera, but then end up getting, tragically, the situation happened to him, and then he walked right past him, didn't console him, didn't bend down and check on him. He walked right past him, and then he was like, "Don't ask me nothing." And it's like, if I got Brother Ben, who is a friend of mine, and JoJo, who is a friend of mine, and they don't know each other, It's no way possible if I see a confrontation between Brother Ben X and JoJo, then I'm gonna let something transpire on my watch, and I'm the medium between y'all two, and y'all don't know each other, but both of y'all are friends of me. I'm gonna make sure that I diffuse the situation, make sure don't nothing happen because both of y'all are my friends. And it's just a sad and tragic situation that this young brother, who they always talked about, you never seen him in no issues, no problems, never seen him on the internet going back and forth with anybody. He wasn't even involved in what was going on. He was just an innocent bystander that was tragically killed as a result of the conversation. One thing I do give Quavo respect for, whatever was transpiring, he said, "Hey, I'm finna go. Let me leave. I'm leaving." And it sounded like he didn't want no issues. He didn't want no problems. He was trying to leave. And from my understanding, when he tried to leave, somebody swung on him. So, and one thing about this is just me though. When you on that level, my personal opinion is, if I'm a rapper and I'm on that level, I'm having the popo with me. That's gonna be my security. Not gonna be my partners. None of that. My security is gonna be hired police. That's just my personal opinion. If I'm got millions and millions of dollars, I'm trying to make it home to my family because I have a responsibility and I've made it to a certain level in life that I'm not finna fumble the bag or the ball. So any city that I go in, I want the popo, the police, not my partners, not no high security. I need the police with me, and that's all I gotta say.
Brother JoJo, what's your thoughts?
And to tell you, Brother Ben, I don't listen to the Migos. I couldn't even, if they would have showed his name, his picture without his face, I wouldn't even know who he was. You know, I didn't click on the images. I didn't do any of that. But when I saw who it was and I read that he was murdered at 2, 3 a.m. out in Houston, I had to hold back some tears, brother. You know what I mean? And the way and how easy it is for a black man to take another black man's life over whatever. We walking time bombs, you know. And I No, I'm Uncle Joe, the empathetic asshole, enlightened hypocrite. Say what you want to say about me. Ask me if I give a shit. You know what I mean? Proud alumni of SCBU, Sophisticated Crack Baby University. You know what I mean? Mr. FOE, Black Man, fatherhood over every hood. BOA, ain't talking about Bank of America, man. Brotherhood over any hood. You know what I mean? I had a brother that was tragically murdered by the hands of another black man. And that's what inspired me to start Love Deposit. That's what inspired me to start Fatherhood over every hood, because I got tired of us protesting, you know what I mean, the murders, or protesting the system that's designed to kill us. So I said that what I'm going to do is protest the hearts and the minds of our brothers and our young kids. You know what I'm saying? So I said all that to say, I'm a girl dad. I got 3 kids. And to me, it's not even about having millions of dollars. You should be able to go to where you want to go to. But me, what I learned, I got partners that own clubs. I got partners that's party promoters, that's club promoters. I don't go out after 2 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I very seldomly do, because that's when I'm at a greater risk of another black man taking my life. And guess what? When we take each other lives, if it's not a hip hop artist, right? We they supposed to talk about it like they doing. It's supposed to garner attention. It's supposed to be everywhere. I guess I don't know. You know what I mean? But what hurts me the most is that this happens every hour around the United States of America. Describe or justify, explain away Black death in the sense that we deserve to die at the hands of each other. But when the police kill us, it's a tragedy. But when we kill each other, everything is fine. You know what I'm saying? So just to get back on the question and what I saw about this young man being murdered for going to a birthday party, 28 years old, man, it's tragic, brother Ben. And Black men are ticking time bombs when it comes to other black men. That same black man, if the police were to kill, if the police were to pull up, he just shot that brother. He would lay the gun down and lay his head down on the like and put his hand behind his back and surrender to the police. I don't get it, bro. You know what I mean? But it's hurtful, and I'm just tired of us doing each other.
Brother Young Khan, then Marie.
First of all, shout out and sending condolences to the brother's family, our brother Takeoff, and the loved ones. And it's unfortunate, but this is the result of us being made enemies against self. It is the result of self-hatred. Because when I look in the mirror, if I don't value who I am, I certainly am not going to value you because you look like me and you remind me of me. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the worst of our people are out between the hours of 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. I mean, that's when the grimiest of the grimy is going to come out. Now, I've traveled around the world being personal security for A-list celebrities. I've done security for Snoop Dogg, where we've done 40 cities in a row. We've been to Lebanon and Paris, France, and we had to be in those same exact environments. But the thing that separated us from regular security was that we had wisdom and guidance from a divine leader, teacher, and guide that helped us to be able to maneuver Snoop Dogg through those environments. And if I were around Takeoff and that crew, they would have not even been in that environment in the first place. They would not have been advised to be playing basketball at 2 o'clock in the morning or gambling or doing whatever they were doing. We've had situations where we had to tell Snoop, and y'all know Snoop, he's a weed lover. I'm talking about he's a connoisseur. But we done been to hotels with Snoop where we pull Snoop to the side and say, hey, bro, Snoop, in this particular hotel, bro, you can't have not even a blunt in your hand. You can't have a cigar box. You can't have nothing because you got about 40 of them folks downstairs in the lobby that's waiting to get the award of the night for locking you up in their city. So it was our job to navigate Snoop out of the potential areas that would bring him back in jail or that would possibly take his life because the white folks had a lot of money invested in him in going on the road. If you look at those that were surrounding Takeoff, you saw peers. You didn't see people who were really responsible for Takeoff and Quavo. These brothers are mega stars. We're not talking about just no American rap stars. We talking about, you look up the numbers on what these boys do. That would be like back in the day, that would be like one of the Beatles getting shot. I'm talking about these boys ain't no joke, man. They have changed the face of hip hop music, which is the #1 genre of music in the entire world. So it is very unfortunate that we have become now our own worst enemy, walking around as black white people. They don't have to kill us anymore because we take delight in busting a cap and shooting a nigga faster than anybody. In fact, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the first thought that the enemy had in mind when he made a gun was the thought of how to kill a nigga. So when we pick a gun up, we're not thinking about, I wish a Caucasian would. I wish the police would. No, like Kanye said in one of his old raps, the only thing I wish a nigga would. Because we are on automatic, systematic, remote control. And as long as we see ourselves as the enemy, then we will continue to take our lives with impunity. Oh, but I want to let us know that God loves the black man and woman. And there is a price today that we are going to pay. And now death has entered into our communities, and we will see blood up to the horse's bridle. Since we love killing one another, we're going to see and have our own blood to drink as with sweet wine, because we have not heeded the word of Marcus Garvey. We didn't heed the word of Malcolm X. We didn't heed the word of Louis Farrakhan. So now it's time for the winds to blow. It's time for the enemy to unleash everything that they got. And it's only when everything is unleashed on us that we will stand up and be a powerful army. But until that day happens, many of us will be casualties along the way. So again, shout out and peace to my brother's family and all of the ones that are nameless, the ones that we don't know their names, that didn't make the news. What about them? The funerals that we going to every week. At some point, we gonna have to stop the killing, or God is gonna stop the killing for us.
Before you go, Brother Marie, I want to play this clip. So they said that an alleged witness to the murder of Takeoff says Quavo wasn't arguing with anyone that was trying to mediate between people who were. He passed out. We had to take him to the car. So this is a little clip, I guess, from the report. So y'all check this out.
And I'm gonna try not to give out my identity. We were all there when all this happened. I just left from HPD. First of all, in order to be around Jazz Prince, you have to be searched. None of us had guns, but Jazz people had guns. Okay. All of this was over a dice game. This shit started in 5th Ward around 9:30, 10 last night. So this had nothing to do with no damn dice game, with no money situation or anything like that. And the only reason why I'm not going to great details because I live in Houston and the Prince family know me. But all of this shit that they're saying about, oh, well, this was a sacrifice. No, this was an argument between two camps. And it wasn't even between two camps because Takeoff and Quavo was basically trying to be the mediator between the people who were arguing.
Oh, shit.
And so everybody's saying, oh, well, this is Quavo's fault. Quavo had nothing to do with the shit y'all talking about, bro. Y'all was not there when this happened. It had nothing to do with that. So all these 30-second videos that they're seeing, this and that, everybody's saying, well, he didn't act the way how he act whenever Takeoff got shot. Did they tell you he passed the fuck out? Did they tell you we had to help him to the fucking car? Did they tell you that? Like, nobody is really talking about the real that's going on. But I'm gonna tell you this, and I'll leave it at that. The only people who had firearms that night was the camp who protect Jazz. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you.
I just want to say something really quick.
Well, I'm gonna say this to the about the sister. If they know her, I'm pretty sure they know her voice. So she ain't do no hiding. She ain't use no voice mixer, no nothing. God dang.
Hey, brother,
everything.
Jazz is the one that found Drake. So, but Jazz said he wasn't even there. I mean, no, I take it back. Jazz left early. That's what happened. He left early. Jazz left early.
But
so
it was
when that transpired, Jazz had left. Now it wasn't Jazz, it was Junior Party. Jay Prince
Yeah, it was Junior Party.
It was Junior Party, but Jazz had already left because he was at home when he got the news.
Well, supposedly that's Jazz that's in the video walking by.
No, that's Junior.
I'm saying supposedly people are saying that was Jazz that was walking by, but it was Junior's party.
It was Junior. No, it was Junior that walked by because he had the big chain with the JR on it. You can't miss that chain.
Oh, okay. I couldn't really see. I was just that's what but what I'll say overall, first off, may peace be upon Takeoff. Definitely sending my most deepest condolences to the family. We asking for a peaceful transition. Like JoJo said, for me, this whole even though I've been here, I talked to a few people. One individual that supposedly was at the bowling event, not at the after hours, the shooting. I have also been hearing that actually this started over some gambling that was being done for basketball, which is why it kind of makes sense now listening to that video where Quavo is talking about basketball that supposedly they was shooting shots for money. That's what I've been hearing. That it didn't have nothing to do with no dice game, and that supposedly Quavo, it's almost kind of like how what Trey explained earlier. You kind of got a mutual friends. You got two people getting into it, but I guess Quavo and them knew that other individual or didn't know the other individual and trying to break up something. That's kind of what I've been hearing. And then, it just start off easy, like, hey, it's like almost like saying, yeah, say, bro, chill out. And then somebody saying, well, nigga, who is you? You know what I'm saying? I could see how that could easily, transpire to something worse. But like JoJo, for a person like myself who has also, I lost a partner to a dice game, 14 years old. He had loaded dice. Haven't shot dice since that day. So this is also triggering for me as well. It's very unfortunate. I don't want to blame it on the time frame. For example, my partner got killed in broad daylight. I want to blame it on the mentality of how we see each other. And when we talk about knowledge of self is not just knowing we come from Africa. Knowledge of self is how really one thinks about itself. If I can see, we talk about with the gods and the earth all the time, we call each other gods. Even if one doesn't believe in that idea and they feel that's blasphemy, that's too far fetched. You ain't no God. You didn't put the water in the ocean. You put the sun in the sky. Okay, cool. But if I could even what's the saying? You shoot for the stars and you end up with the moon, or however it go. If I could just aim or act like God, be God-like, I would move a whole lot different. Hence the reason, like we talked about earlier, writing in the music, it's very comfortable and cool to say, I go kill a nigga. You would never say, I would go kill a cracker in your songs. That shows the mentality of how you see your brother. If your deity, the one that you pray to, looks white, you won't touch a white man. But if your deity looks black to you, you would look at another black individual as such. You would treat them as such. Just like JoJo say all the time, black man, I'm not your enemy. If your deity is black, if what you pray to and what you believe in is greater than yourself, then you would look at a human, a God in the physical form, walking by you the exact same way. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning or it's 12 in the afternoon. If I see this black man, I'm first, me as a black man, I'm gonna acknowledge him. I ain't saying I gotta be friendly, we ain't gotta be best friends. I'm gonna just say, hey, bro, you doing all right? All right, peace, fam. Keep you going. I acknowledge you first, though. If I see a sister, hello, sister, how you doing? Peace, queen, peace, goddess. Keep it moving. Peace, God, how you doing? Keep it moving. We don't even acknowledge each other. So first, I think that we often, too many times, we talk about the problem and not really dealing with we try to discuss the problem and not really deal with the root of the issue. Yeah, we can go at home, but some of these kids fighting in school. They fighting in the churches nowadays. Ain't no place safe. That's because this is how we view another individual. And I'll even go another step of when not only talking about our spirituality, but also our diet as well. We've never seen a brawl or a fight at a juice bar or a vegan restaurant. You will see them all day long at a Burger King or a McDonald's. I want that to think of why melanin and certain drugs or foods don't go or correspond with each other. We think this is some deep woke conscious stuff, but we have to also start looking at our diet, really our spirituality, like Brother Khan said first, because your spirituality dictates your diet, that dictates your sex, who you sleep with, even down to how you make your money and who you decide to make money with. Your spirituality governs your whole entire life. So, but if your spirituality is not based or rooted in a system that is beneficial to you, one, if you don't have a spiritual system, period, you already have done yourself a disservice.
So what I want to discuss next as we close, I'm pretty sure y'all seen 2 viral videos if y'all haven't. One from Gillie the Kid, one from Charleston White. And many people, as y'all have seen, showed the video. I don't know if y'all saw the video, but there's video going around of the actual death. His head, shot laying in blood. Same thing with PNB Rock. They showed him, and Gillie the Kid went off. He was very passionate about, his stance on, when a rapper gets big. When a rapper dies or whatever, we quick to post for likes and comments and views and things of that nature. And of course, Charleston had a opposite response. So I'm gonna play the video, both videos, and get y'all response.
Why every time something happened to a rapper or an athlete or an entertainer or anybody of color, the first thing you niggas do is pull your phones out and start recording and post shit on the internet, man? This is clowns for that shit, man. Y'all niggas is clowns for that shit, man. The last image a motherfucker want to see is they peoples laying on the ground bleeding the fuck out, man. We having mamas, kids, grandmamas, uncles, aunties. That's some dumb shit, man. But the first thing y'all niggas do is pull your phone out. Ooh, look at such and such. Man, that shit ain't cool, man. For real, man. You niggas, that nigga just lost his life, and you niggas is trying to get likes. Tell me how that shit add up, man. You niggas, and all you blog sites, y'all niggas is out of pocket, man. Y'all niggas be trying to get clickbait. You niggas is suckers, man.
Say, I want to tell the entertainment world, Gillie the Kid, Boosie, I fuck with the Migos real tough. But I just want to let all the celebrities know, y'all don't care about regular people dying. So I get what this ass Gillie the Kid saying, y'all always taking the phones out. Yeah, when a celebrity die, we go take out the motherfucking phones. When an entertainer die, Gillie, we go take out the motherfucking phone. Maybe if entertainers, celebrities, actors, and you famous motherfuckers, maybe if y'all interacted with regular people more, we wouldn't be so excited to take the phones out, nigga. Fuck you talking about. Well, let me just say this, since you so in your pussy panties about you just Gillie taking the phones out. Nigga, fuck you talking about they take the phones out on regular people. When regular people died, nigga, they took the phones out. When that nigga George Floyd laid his life down, what they do? Took the phones out and record and watched George Floyd die. So what the fuck you talking about, Gillie the Kid? Shut your bitch ass up. None of you niggas up top. None of you niggas up top give a fuck about when somebody die at the bottom. So why the fuck the people at the bottom should give a fuck about when you niggas die at the top? Make it make sense at the top, people. Make it make sense. Y'all don't care about when we die. Name one regular person that died in your city, Gillie the Kid. Boosie, name one regular person that done died, nigga, in the back of that obituary. Y'all don't even know them names. So who give a fuck if we find a celebrity dead on the ground and we pull out the phones, nigga? We don't give a fuck about their family. They don't give a fuck about ours. You're celebrities. It's called the haves and the have-nots. We are not together. The haves and the have-nots are not together. We are divided. Y'all are not with us at the top, and we are not with y'all at the bottom. We are so far divided from one another, brother. Fuck you talking about, nigga. And I just want to let y'all know, y'all don't show this much concern when an old black woman is killed, when an old black baby is killed. It's only when a rapper, or actor, or entertainer is killed. But when a regular Smo Joe dies, y'all don't even mumble a word, not even a black child. So how y'all feel, my nigga? Fuck how y'all feel. All this shit go away by Christmas. Y'all won't even be mentioning Takeoff by Christmas. Y'all don't even mention P&B no more. So nigga, this just another one bites the dust. Pay attention to the dash. Pay attention to the dash. Don't stay focused on the death date. It don't mean nothing. The dash mean everything.
All right, so Brother Young Khan, I'll let you
I
start.
hate this nigga, man. I really don't like using his words, bro, but I hate that nigga, man. I swear I do.
Let's start off with Brother Young Khan, then we'll go to Maurier.
How you have a problem with what Charleston White said? I'm lost.
I'm gonna let Brother Khan go first, and then I'll go.
As always, Charleston White has some valid points, but those valid points are overshadowed by his vehement.
Don't matter. That don't matter.
I'm talking
Yes,
about
it
for him.
do. You can't
Hey
separate
Trey,
them
did
two.
you
Hold
hear
on, y'all.
him
Go
say?
one at a time. Everybody gonna go. Let it one at a time.
Did you
Hold
hear
on,
him say?
respectfully, Brother Khan, what I'm saying is, see, that's what you can't do. You can't mix all of that. Stick with the context of the conversation between what he said with Gillie and him, and that's it.
But that ain't all he said. He said
That's
when
not.
George Floyd bitch ass. Listen to what he said, cause I
But
heard
you,
it without the edit. He
but do you
said when
understand?
George Floyd bitch
He was
ass died.
embarrassed, but he was still
Trey,
making
you
a
gotta
comparison.
let him speak, bro. You gotta let him speak.
But when he said when George Floyd bitch ass died,
I don't respect
this
George Floyd either.
okay. Well, if you don't respect George Floyd, then we all in the same boat together, right?
I don't respect no man that pistol whip a woman. Sorry.
He didn't do that. He didn't do
Yes,
that,
Okay.
Trey.
hold
No,
on, let
he
me.
didn't. You gotta stop listening to white people and everything that they tell you. He
You don't
took
even know.
that charge for someone else.
You don't know what
How
you're talking
come?
about.
Damn,
But let's
bro.
He
get
took
to the
that
let's
charge
go
from
to the root
somebody
of it.
else.
Let's go to the root of it. If you were to travel back in time, and those of us who are woke, quote, conscious, quote, about the liberation, Even Malcolm X, when you go back in the man's history, there was a time when we were savages. But we have to be allowed time to grow and mature and develop and not be judged by what we did in our state of ignorance. That's why you don't hear me just totally condemn Charles White. I started off saying he has some valid points, but it to me is overshadowed. Instead of him attacking Gillie the kid about that comment, why don't I see the same energy about those people that are attacking Ye? Why don't I see the same energy toward the outright oppressor? He don't give that energy. That don't mean he don't have no valid points. I don't listen to a few of
Yes, he
Charleston
does.
White interviews.
That's why I know y'all don't listen to him. He does talk about the oppressor. What are y'all talking
No,
about?
he does not. And talking
Yes,
about it
Bro,
he
is
does.
not doing the actions.
Bro, bet me $1,000. He talk about the
I
oppressor,
didn't
bro.
say
No,
he
I
don't
want to
mention
see
them.
it.
I
I
said
want to see
he
it.
don't
Bro,
go after.
I
What
don't
I
like.
said was he don't go after
He,
them
he
with
do
the
speak about
same
the oppressor.
level of. He don't go after them with the same level of disrespect that he go after black people
He
with.
Brother,
don't.
Brother Khan, yes, he.
Send me an interview where he's saying all with the language that he used on us. Send me a video clip
The same
where he's
language,
using the same
same
language,
energy.
Hold on,
same
brother Khan,
energy
brother
on
Khan,
white people.
brother Khan. You know that's why they demonetized him on YouTube. You know that, right? For coming at white people. And then they took his page. He had to create.
But they
Hold
ain't
on,
demonetized him for doing it to black people.
Charleston White. I'm only speaking truth because I'm just keeping it 100. Because I keep it real. Anybody know me? Know I'm across the board. So what I'm saying, brother Khan, respectfully, that man does go at white people just as hard, bro. I'm keeping it real with you.
I ain't seen a video yet.
Never seen it.
And look,
Ain't
I
seen
done
one.
heard him. I done heard him
He
go at
goes at
JoJo. I done heard him go at Brother Ben. I done
Right.
heard him go at the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. I done heard him go. I'm talking about ridiculously disrespectful. But
I
I do
agree.
not. I ain't seen one video where he said one word about Jewish people.
My brother, yes, he does.
Send me the clips.
If
That's
you
all I'm gonna say. I
I
stand
you
to
would
be
look
love to see
corrected,
that.
at
but
this,
send
if
me the clips
y'all look
so
at the
I
chat,
can post them.
people, hold on, brother Khan. If y'all look at the chat, people in the chat are agreeing with me. They say yes, he does too.
All right, so there is this recent one. Okay, there's this recent one right here where he
Play the one where he went over Anton Daniels, bro. That's the one.
okay. Here it is right here. I think.
Where he
I'll
said
come together
FD's
and
crack.
shake our dick at them if we want to. We can really hurt the Jews. Cause we still niggas. They ain't in this position no more. We can really hurt them. They rely on us. They kids eat off us now. Let us go to. Let's have an economical war with the Jews and see who win. I bet we beat them. I bet they apologize. We can make them bow down too. They ain't as bad as we try to think they is. The white boy the only one kiss their ass. The Russians don't. The North Koreans don't. The Chinese don't. The English white boys the only one kiss the Jews' ass. The niggas ain't never gave a fuck about them. They God ain't our God. They God ain't our God. They would never be able to withstand the type of slavery that our people endured. They way weaker than us. They way weaker than us, homie. They was given a line of credit from the Queen of England. That's the only thing. That's the only reason they so powerful. They was given a line of credit. Just give us that line and watch what we can do with it. Give us the same line of credit the Jews got, and let's see if we can do what they did. Other than that, they'll be just like us. They'll be just like us. Getting jobs, working warehouses and all that shit too. They had a helping hand. They didn't do this on their own. Everybody helped them. Don't nobody help us. Every now and then that white boy give us some government entitlements, but that's to keep us under. Give white people back food stamps, welfare,
They're free education. We homeschool our own kids where we get the funding out of a free public educational school system. Take your monies out the banks and go put it into something else in Haiti and some resources in Haiti ground. Takes rappers forfeit on all their contracts. Stop listening to rap music. Find a station to listen to on. Man, watch them beg us.
All right, that's the clip that Trey was referring to.
Hey, where's the disrespect? I don't hear him saying. Hey, Trey, hold on. I don't hear him saying, "Fuck them bitch ass white crackers." I don't hear him saying that. I hear him saying white people. I hear him saying Russian. I hear him saying they weak. But I don't never hear him say, "Fuck them bitch ass white motherfucking crackers."
I'm telling you what I'm not finna sit up here. Marie should know me. I'm not gonna sit up here and say something, my brother, and I ain't got no facts. I don't do that, bro.
Saying, send me just pull that clip
but
up.
Send us the clip where he's doing the same energy, Trey. That's all we asking.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Put it in our text message, Trey, and I'll put it up.
I didn't hear the energy that he just had for Gillie the Kid. I did not hear that energy for them.
Brother Carl, at the end of the day, I'm gonna make sure I send it to Brother Ben. He can send it to you. But I'm telling you, it's out there.
Send it to me now.
Yeah, send it now. We ain't gotta wait because he should have a plethora. He should have
bingo. That's all we saying. It's easy to find the one where he's doing the energy like that towards black people. We can go find 12 videos like that. The fact that we gonna even argue about one even tells us what we saying, Trey. We arguing about finding one video.
And pull that up.
Let's back on the context. How the hell y'all had a problem with what he said though? Make that make sense.
Because this is the problem. It's no different than like R. Kelly. R. Kelly's nickname is the Pied Piper. When we say, well, we can separate the message and the messenger, your name literally means singing music to lure little kids into the forest. You are singing sexual music. The message is only dictated by the messenger. That's going to change the perspective of an individual that's listening to this because of where the message is coming from. So if the messenger in this situation, Charleston White, who I have never ever seen building anything, and I'm not the individual that name drops or that knows all the people or feel like I'm doing any and everything in the community. But I will say, in this community, in Dallas, Texas, North Texas, I'll even say, I have never crossed paths with this dude building something in the community for our people. The only times I see this dude is to be destructive, COINTELPRO, and to show up. We are dealing with Takeoff's death. I don't care about Pookie and Ray Ray right now. The conversation is Takeoff. Let's deal with one black man. Let's deal with this black man that died. That's disrespectful to him to even talk like that. That's disrespectful to the dead. Let's deal with the one individual. Yes, Pookie and Ray Ray are equally as important because they are black men. But we are talking about Takeoff right now. You are disrespecting and talking about X, Y, and Z.
Respectful, he's trying to prove a point, and you missed the whole point. Let me give you an example.
But the problem is, Trey, it's the messenger. Forget the point.
I ain't seen one video where he said made all white people die. I ain't seen one
never
video
heard it. He won't do it. He will not do it. He's not gonna do it.
And let me say this. What he was trying to prove was if people can go out here and say R.I.P. King Von and F Tuka, Tuka this, Tuka that, Tuka this. He say, well, Tuka has a mother, Tuka has a family, so let me say F King Von so they can understand what they're doing to the people on Tuka's side. That was the context and the point he was trying to prove. Come on, bro.
But the problem is, though, Trey, he's stepping outside of culture. You don't prove a point when we dealing with a death. You don't prove a point in those situations like that. That don't make no sense. From a cultural standpoint, that makes zero sense, bro.
No, it don't make sense.
He said
you are disrespecting the dead. What you mean it don't make sense?
He's trying to get the other people that's disrespecting the dead crazy.
But Trey, you are not gonna say no BA about George Floyd that got killed by some white man.
You shock value all the time. That's normal, bro.
But that's wrong though, Trey. That's the point we're trying to say. That's wrong.
He said made all. He said all Crips and Bloods die.
Brother, so you don't understand what he's trying to say? That we
If
Trey,
should not
you missing the point. You are
not
missing the point.
I
break down
I
culture.
Where
know
is
what
the
he said.
video? Where is the video where he also saying the KKK or the police?
I
Bro,
ain't
listen.
heard him say, may
Bro, listen.
all
When I
police.
have time, I
I ain't
will.
seen one video where he said, may all police die, may
So
all
you
the
mean, hold on,
KKK
hold
die,
on. So you
may
telling me
all of white government die. I
you're
ain't seen one.
hold on, so you're telling me that our police are bad. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes,
Is he
yes,
saying
I
all
am.
Crips and
Yes,
Bloods bad?
Shut
yes,
up, bro.
Is he
I would
saying
yes,
all Crips and Bloods bad?
yes. I'm
Is
saying
all
yes.
gangster disciples bad? Is all
Thank
vice
you.
lords bad? But he said,
No,
may all of them die.
you're not gonna get it. That's the basis of what we've been saying this whole
Listen,
night. You're not gonna
listen.
give that
Say something.
same
Say something.
energy to
Let,
nobody that's black. Y'all not
let me
gonna do it.
Hey,
let
Maury,
me
I'm
say
still waiting on the clips. Brother Ben
let
ain't
me say,
playing them because it
It
but
ain't
let
don't
me
done.
exist.
brother, I'm
let
not
me say
listen. I
something.
get time, I do it. Ball
Can
game.
Why you need time? It should be easy to
Brother,
pull
I'm
it up if he's sharing the wealth.
making videos on the internet, bro. What you talking about?
can
If
I
he's
say something?
sharing the
Find
wealth,
the video.
if
Can
Listen,
I
he's
say something?
sharing the wealth of
bro, you
disrespect,
running
it
back.
He
should
not
be,
gonna. He
you
not.
should be able to type in
Jojo,
Charleston White disrespects white
something.
people, and a plethora of videos should come up.
Jojo got something.
Let me say
Go ahead.
this.
Go ahead, JoJo. Go ahead.
My daddy, when I was young, my daddy told me. I don't remember we were talking about something, and I was too young to understand what he was saying back then. But as I got older and I lost my daddy, like a lot of things that he was telling me when I was too young, it caught on. My daddy said, "Son, you never hate the player, hate the game." You know what I'm saying? You never hate the player, you hate the game. As it pertains to Charleston White, with this right here, he says all these things about black people, gangbangers, the rappers, because they are in his eyes and really in the spirits and the minds of black people, right? They are the low hanging fruit
Fruit.
that he pick on and victimize and villainize, right? But it's the same thing as a Karen. It's the same thing as a white woman that know that this black man is really not protected and really he's looked at in a certain aspect in society, so I can put this fake rape case on him. You know what I mean? I can antagonize him and he has no protection. You know what I'm saying? So really what he's doing in my eyes is playing on the psyche of black people who don't want to do nothing, who would rather finger point and blame, you know what I mean? And he goes out and he picks gangbangers. Okay, first it was gangbangers. That worked. Now it's rappers. You know what I'm saying? Look how they killing each other. Look how they do. And for black people that don't have a critical mind, who really don't want to get off their ass, you know what I mean, who just want to blame, they gonna jump on that ship and they gonna chop and make what he say make sense. But then you can't point into any actions that line up with, you know what I mean? But for me, it's no reason. It'll never be acceptable to get on the internet and talking about raping black women. You know what I mean? Once you say that, I don't want to hear nothing else you got to say. Once you justify raping, talking about raping black women. You know what I mean? When you get on here and you warring and you assassinating the dead, you at war with the dead. How the fuck are you beefing with dead people? You know what I'm saying? You beefing with dead people. How are you? So to me, we want Kanye. We was doing good until we got on this foolishness. Cause what happened? We've been doing pretty good all night. Now Mario gotta talk. Trey gotta talk. Now. Look at that energy. Because he's chaotic, it became chaotic. And that's exactly what he want to do. He get a kick out of it and he laugh. So me, I'm one of the people, man. I can't say I salute him, you know what I'm saying? But I don't want to shoot him. You know what I mean? Because you can't hate the player, man. You gotta hate the game. So
That's your
so
question.
versus having the conversation dead on about Charleston, I would rather have a conversation like, where is it that black people get to the point to where we can even defend some of this stuff that this man is saying? Like, how can you
Jojo,
get on here and say, huh?
question. I want to deal with something you
Mhm.
talked about. Can I ask you a question?
Come on.
When Charleston White started doing his antics about people talking and putting dead people in their raps, did it bring did people start saying that they gonna stop doing it? Yes or no?
No.
That's not true. Yes.
No. No.
Look Dirt,
But
look Dirt, the one of the main ones that kept dissing Tuka. When Charleston White started bringing it to the forefront about dissing Tuka, Lil Dirt, Lil Reese, all them people in Chicago that was dissing him, they stopped putting it in their music. So regardless, see, you gotta understand, I'm not taking up for Charleston White. I'm just speaking the facts because I understand and I see what he's doing. Do I agree with everything the man do? I don't agree with my
what is
brother
he
on everything.
doing?
I don't
What
agree
is
with my
he
own
doing?
brother
Did you
on
see
it.
what he
So, but you got to understand, he was just trying to bring awareness to something in our culture that was detrimental that needed to stop. Because watch this, y'all talking about Charleston White, but y'all wasn't talking about Lil Dirt. That's a fact.
I live 30 minutes from where all them boys stay at right now. And
But but
if you
again,
study me, what I know is, Brother Trey, that's the effect. That ain't the cause. So I don't fight the cause. If you heard me in the beginning, I said Charleston White say a lot of good stuff, and he does. My issue with him is I personally do not hear him say stuff like fuck the Queen of England with a
Yep.
dead ass. I don't hear him talk like
Yep.
that. I
You
don't
would
hear him
not say
talk
it.
with
You
that energy.
won't say that.
Fuck these white folks. I don't never hear him talk like that.
He has.
Never. Not
He
one time. He make
listen.
valid points when it come to white folks and black people, but I don't hear him talk with the blatant disrespect
Vitriol.
that he
He
does with
he has.
us. He makes valid points. He's a shock
JoJo
YouTube.
trying to tell you that he does, Mr. Khan, if you
Brother
listen.
Ben still ain't been
Where
sent the
is the
video yet.
video?
We've
Where
been on here
is the
30 minutes,
content?
and Brother Ben
We
ain't got
keep
one
talking about
video
that
yet.
he do.
Bro, I'm going to send the video when I feel like it.
He has a whole. He has a whole.
He got so many. What's the problem?
Because, brother, I said what I said, and I'm standing on it.
All
He
right.
said, F Minister Farrakhan. F
Yep.
Brother Ben X. F
JoJo
Yep.
Jojo. I heard him say it.
JoJo just said that he has done it. Didn't you say that, JoJo?
Not with the
Man,
same
he has a
energy.
whole
Hold
song.
on, brother, let
He
JoJo speak. Yes or no?
listen. This is what y'all got to understand about Charleston, bro. He got a whole song that says F a white woman, rape her, take her pee, smash a black or white baby head, kill a white. He has a song that's saying this stuff in front of a Trump flag with an AK-47 in his hand. Like, you know what I'm saying? like he does, but it's all theatrics. You know what I'm saying? It's all when
Clown
this
stuff.
door closes, I'll try this. Huh?
It's
Okay, that's
clown
He
one.
stuff.
does. He got something talking about everybody, brother Con. I ain't gonna send it to you because I'm not gonna search it to find it. But he got something about everybody. He got something about the Jews. He got something talking about white people. He got something about Queen Elizabeth. He got something talking about everybody. He just sitting
I'm
talking
just
about
saying, send
everybody.
it to me. I don't hear it.
Yeah, I've never heard it either, bro.
Send it to me. Enlighten me. Right? I'm all for it. You see all these books I got. I love learning.
Yeah.
So educate me to show me the energy where Charles and White is matching at. That's my only issue. I don't have an issue with him calling out what we do to ourselves that is self-destructive and dealing with our mindset of how we are destroying one another. I'm with him 1000%, but I'm never with the disrespect of the dead, the disrespect of his own people at the expense of somebody else. That part I ain't gonna never be with. I salute him in any good that he's done. But anytime you open your mouth to say F the minister, oh boy, you better walk light. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Anytime you do that, you are inviting, you are in, I don't think he got a lot of time left on the clock, personally, not with the way that he does what he does, because he's going to do that in the wrong place at the wrong time amongst the wrong people, and he going to pay the price. That's just my perspective. That's my feeling about, because you can't speak chaos and not attract chaos. We got to pull on our brother to be more responsible, the same way we want to pull on Ye, the same way we want to pull on Charles Barkley, the same way we want to pull on Shaq for the inappropriateness and the bitchification process going on. We got to heal our brother from that.
So watch
And
this.
he definitely is suffering from vast bitchification.
So brother Con, so back about Gillie and Charleston White. In my opinion, this is my issue, right? Gillie the kid, the only thing he gonna do on $1 Million Work Game, he gonna interview another rapper talking about killing our community, selling drugs, robbing, spinning the block, all of that. So at the end of the day, when you perpetuating the same message that you going against for what happened to Takeoff, it's counterproductive.
But is that what he do? Is Gillie
That
now?
ain't what Gillie do.
Are they doing that? Are they promoting that on the show?
Listen to what I said. Again, I said, so watch this. What if they stop interviewing the rappers just perpetuating the music? Wouldn't that make more sense?
No,
well,
it wouldn't make sense.
So here's how I personally look at that show. Like when King Von was on there.
Thank you.
Wallow educated him. They warned him about the lifestyle. So it wasn't just, hey, here's King Von, look at his music. This is what he do. Y'all support him. It was like, it was a part of that, but they was giving him real game, like speaking to him. And then afterward, they was showing the clips how they warned him on $1 Million Worth of Game about what Wallow went through. He went to prison and all that. So they do give him game and real life advice about the life that they living on $1 Million Worth of Game.
Brother,
I'm gonna use the same thing that you said that you mentioned earlier, Trey.
Sat down there and
talking about Gillie. I didn't say Wallow. Wallow always, that's just like Young Thug. Wallow told Young Thug, bro, stop living the life you're doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, before what happened. But Gillie really be playing both sides of the fence. That's why I said Gillie. I didn't say Wallow. I said Gillie.
Okay.
But they're a package, though.
If you would give Charleston White a pass, surely Gillie can get one.
Gillie play both sides. That's a fact.
But I'm saying him and Wallow, that's still a package, though.
If you can give Charleston White a pass and psychoanalyze him and talk about what he's doing, you surely can give Gillie one.
My brother, I give Charleston White a pass when I'm on record saying that if I see him, I'm gonna slap him. So what you talking about?
So what we in disagreement about right now?
Why you want to slap Charleston? He doing the work of the people.
Watch this, because I understand this. I understand what he doing, and what he doing is working. Regardless if you disagree or not, what he doing is bringing light to people, and it's shock value, and it's actually making people notice. Well, you know what? We do need to stop doing this. That's a fact.
But why would you want to slap somebody that's doing the work then, Trey?
I don't even understand why. So don't worry about that. That's my.
But don't the same apply? Don't the same apply to Gillie the Kid?
As far as what?
What you just said. If Gillie the Kid just put a post up that was 1,000% valid about us sitting around filming Black Death, and he said that we need to stop that, why is that a problem to be debated on?
No. Remember, we were talking about his message versus Charleston's White message. That was
on Takeoff situation,
right?
But it was about
situation. Now watch this. I like Charleston White message better because Charleston White spoke for the everyday person that everybody forgets about. That's a fact.
But I'm telling you, the reason that Charleston is a problem, though, Trey, he brought up a situation when, like JoJo said earlier, there's a time and place.
Hold on, JoJo trying to say something back.
We have a common Jesus.
It was weaponized the pain and the struggle and the plight of Black people to further his agenda to attack the rappers. Because if you really for the people, you wouldn't challenge what Gillie said.
Bro,
you wouldn't challenge him, bro.
JoJo, come
you
on,
would double.
Like
Hey,
Charles,
listen, man. Let me finish.
I'm not
Let me finish. You would
when the
double down. You would
when people
double.
are
Trey,
trying
let
every
me.
day. Y'all don't say nothing
Trey, you
then.
gotta let him finish, bro. You gotta let him finish.
Want to say
Fatherhood.
something.
My
How y'all
whole.
talking with
Listen. Listen to what I'm saying.
Let him
This is
finish, Trey.
hood over every hood, fatherhood over every hood. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is what you said don't nobody say, but what I'm saying is what he did was he weaponized the pain and the plight of everyday black people to further his agenda against the rappers. When really, if you for the people, you double down on what he say because you don't use George Floyd. Then you over here talking about I don't support George Floyd. Like he got you in a, you falling for the Mackins. You know what I'm saying? Like he say, falling for the Mackins.
No. Hold on, brother. I'm not no
Because
macking.
the
I'm
fact of
not.
the matter,
Don't
the
do that
fact.
one. We can have that George Floyd conversation all day.
Okay, but
Well,
listen,
start it,
Anyone
because you be wrong about George Floyd. Be
on
we
here
can have
dead
saying,
wrong about George Floyd.
huh?
You
but
only getting your information from either some white Republicans or some
Because
black folks that
one
want to
person
be
I'm
white.
not gonna have a conversation with is that nigga.
now listen,
Well, just because you know I'm gonna have the facts for
Hold
you.
on.
You ain't gonna
Hold on.
be able to
You
compare the
said, hold
hold
on,
facts.
on.
watch this.
You can't
You
pull me
said, hold on.
one article.
You said,
What?
Pull
watch this,
me the
brother Big.
facts. I
Marie
need the
said something
facts.
true. Watch this. Let me crush you real quick. Marie said something true. Stephen Jackson confirmed it. Be quiet, bro. You
No,
don't know what
Stephen
you're talking
Jackson did not confirm it. I talked
about, bro.
directly to the
You don't know
lawyer. I
what
don't
you
care what
talking about.
nobody else say.
I'm
I know the
done with it.
lawyer directly.
Brother Ben
First,
X.
got a number
Stephen
on a first
Jackson on
name basis.
record saying something.
No, he
That's his
did not.
brother.
So again,
You not his
let's deal
brother.
with the
You
facts.
not his
Let's
brother.
deal with the facts.
T.
Because I'm
Merritt
telling you,
not his
Trey only
brother.
getting his information from other white folks. He ain't
Bro,
getting no, he's not doing the
somebody
research
say, but
himself.
I'm not
If he
saying
But
knew
what
the
we
information, the lawsuit not even
out.
still around.
Brother Ben X.
200,000 was
We
given
got a
for quiet
transparent
hush money.
conversation outside.
No millions was given by Kanye at
But
all.
I know them personally,
Was
brother.
not given at all.
You can't
But
mention
because you
people to
failed to
me
do
when
the
I know them
research
personally.
and you was
When I
listening
know
to
they
some white
liars,
man,
bro.
you've
God
been misinformed, brother.
damn,
You've
bro.
been
I ain't
misinformed. You've been
Stephen Jackson
bamboozled,
confirmed it.
hoodwinked, led astray, ran amok.
Hey,
You've
I
been
be on
had. You've been took.
All right.
I'm telling you what the truth is.
Jojo wanted
200,000 was given for quiet hush money,
Jojo
which
wanted
the
to
baby
finish.
mama is giving back. Why, who gives money back? $200,000 back. We got to deal with the facts. We can't just come up off of opinions.
All right, go ahead, Jojo.
man, let me tell you something. We know that it has been black people to rise up against police officers and shoot and kill police officers. We never see those images. You know what I mean? We have never saw a police laid on the side of the road with his head blown out at the why. That's a conscious effort. You know what I mean? To not show those, but it's a decisive effort and a concerted effort to inundate us with black death, black murder, and black trauma. You know what I mean? And the impact that it has on us as a collective, the impact that it has on kids, you know what I'm saying, on the psyche of a people, it's a sickness. When y'all talk about a diet, that's part of the spiritual diet that desensitizes us and programs us to go out there and to do that kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is if you are for the people and you try to prove a point, you are not finna use the plight and the pain of black people to go against and push your agenda because it's wrong for the celebrity and it's wrong for the everyday brother because they do it for the everyday brother. They will watch you drown instead of they watching our people drown instead of reaching their hand over to save them, bro. This happen every day. So for you to get on her, Trey, you know what I'm saying, and to defend. Now listen to me, bro. I'm just saying because you kind of threw me for a loop. You know what I'm saying? To defend, I'm not saying that the brother don't have points in his message because you right, he made some
I'm not
in the
defending
message.
him.
But we had this talk on the show. We had this
I'm
talk on
not
the show.
defending the man. I'm only bringing to light what the man is saying. That ain't
You,
defending him.
I know, but
You
I'm saying,
defending his approach, Trey. That is
All
defending him,
right,
bro.
you be
His
quiet.
approach
But
is
you stand
wrong.
up talking about a diet and you ain't never been on one. So be quiet. What you talking about,
And I'm
JoJo?
still more healthier than you have ever been.
listen. So we got to stay
Tell the truth,
intentional.
shame the devil.
Brother
You
Ben,
more
Trey,
healthy than Mario. Stop, bro. JoJo, keep
Way
talking.
more healthier. Way
Boy, you
more
ain't even
healthier.
out. Get out of here, bro.
Stomach and all. Way more healthier. It ain't even close.
All right, Jojo, continue.
Brother Bean, this remind me of when what's that dude came through and wrecked the show that time? The other controversial dude that came through that wrecked the show, had them arguing, had Antoine screaming and fussing.
Oh, Tommy
Trey
Sotomayor.
was
Tommy.
defending him too. Trey was defending him too. Instigating the whole time. This man came on here and said 1 + 1 = 3, and I'm telling him it's 2. Trey said, Mario, he never said that. He never said that now.
Mario, you a maniac, bro. I don't believe so.
Trey be instigating, bro. Trey be starting stuff, fam. And that's why he's smiling, because he know he do. Trey be starting stuff. And see, people don't be knowing that we all know each other in real life. So they think we just average dudes just arguing with each other.
All my brothers, y'all know I love y'all, man.
I know Trey in real life.
What was you saying, JoJo?
No, you're not in better shape than me. Come on.
Boy, yeah, better health than you. You can have the abs all you want to. Trey's sick right now, y'all. He got a cold, don't you? Tell the truth. Look at him sniffling.
Hold on. Let JoJo finish his point, because he was rebutting.
Man, I truly forgot, but that's what happens, man, when you let the Arthur in chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like, even just a cool dialect, a good diatribe, you know what I mean? Till it got chaotic. You know what I'm saying? Just with that energy. But, you know, I think I was just speaking along the lines of if I care about the people and I know the impact that it has, and I know I make a conscious not to click on none of these videos, I've said the same thing Gillie said, you know what I mean, of everyday people, of y'all sharing these videos. So if that's what I was saying, intentions matter, right? We had that discussion on the show when I made my appearance on MVP that time about intentions. It ain't just about doing the right thing. It's about what's your intentions. It ain't just about saying the right thing. It's just about the intent behind it. The intent has a bigger impact. So if you are intently saying something true, but you're using it to weaponize, you know what I mean, my truth, my feelings, my apathy, my hopelessness, my despair, my experience, my trauma, you know what I mean, to further push an agenda, and then you gonna come right back and rip the scab off the wounds, you know what I mean, and disrespect the dead and do all these other kind of things, then I can't give nobody a pass for that. But as I said, I'm thankful for my daddy. When I was a young tyke, he told me, Joe, don't hate the player, hate the game. So I'll never be in my
There it is. So Marie and Trey, y'all came to y'all conclusion about this. Trey is saying on his side, you know, he gets it. He understands that it's getting people to look, even though that the way may not be inviting. And what you're saying, Marie, is that tactic or that way just don't work or shouldn't be done at all.
Yeah, I'm saying, put it like this. If we think about the culture first, right, then we move a certain way. There's do's and don'ts, you know, in the culture. Where, let's say, you know, I use my own personal experience. I won't even talk about nobody else's. I'll use my own personal experience or whatever, right? My father passed away from heart disease. He had prostate cancer, diabetes, stage 3 kidney failure, ultimately died of a heart attack or whatever, right? Now, I personally have my beliefs on really what ultimately took him out. I won't discuss that on publicly. I talk to y'all individually about it. But I feel that there was something else that personally took him out. Now, my daddy passed. He transitioned. He went on, right? For me to get up at the funeral and to discuss and say, y'all, it's important for us to start eating better. It's important for us to start living, doing X, Y, and Z. That's not the time and the place for that. You see what I'm saying? Although the information, what I'm saying is very true, it's just not the time. Right now, we are mourning the loss of this individual in this casket. I think somebody talked about it earlier, who was it that said the dash? Okay, Charleston White, I'll give him this. We talk about the dash. We talk about the life that the individual lived. Not talking about the reason is what to put him in the casket, but we just want to say, hey, my father was a good father. He was there, X, Y, and Z. I have no complaints. You know, I wouldn't, if I was to do it all over again, I'd do it the exact same way. You know what I'm saying? Lived a great life in his 60 plus years. You know what I'm saying? But had he ate better, had he lived better, had he done X, Y, and Z, X, Y, you know what I'm saying, that would have improved his health. Had he listened to the advice of others that were not, you know, certain doctors, that would have improved his health. But to talk about that at the funeral would have been out of place. Now, like JoJo was saying earlier about the time and the place, yes, what Charleston White is saying, okay, yes, pay attention to the Pookies and the Ray Rays of the hood, just like how you would a Takeoff. As a black man, if your focus is on the black community, first off, you don't even separate them in a sense because one is a billionaire, trillionaire, and one don't have $5 to his name. They both black men. They're gonna both be like we say. We treat the janitor and the CEO with the same respect. You, as black people, we treat and we look at black individuals because we look at each other as one family. Then we treat us all with the same respect. So, with that knowledge and information from the beginning, Charleston doesn't go into it saying F this individual when we are dealing with this person's death. We're not talking about nobody else's death. And another time we can say yes. Or if he wants to bring that up, a better way to say that would say, hey man, rest in peace to this individual. Y'all, as black people in general, we gotta do better. We gotta, of course, you know, X, Y, and Z about Takeoff. We stay and we focus on the death that we dealing with. But I also, and like Brother Khan said earlier, may peace be upon all the names that we do not know. End it off that way. But the conversation, what Gillie is talking about, he's just saying he didn't want to see that individual in blood. We're talking about that individual. That's the video that's going around. Let's deal with that one. When we see the Mike, people said the same thing about Mike Brown. Don't get it twisted. A lot of people said that was even a bigger conversation. People did not like seeing a child laying in the ground in blood. We talking about a child. Takeoff was a grown man. Nobody wanted to see that child laying. They said the same thing about Mike Brown. Now, some people would say on one side, they might say, hey, well, because of social media, that was able to bring awareness that this situation is going on. Because it had not been for that video, we might have never known that that happened. And we'd probably just moved on like we did, like a lot of us did, even seeing the video. You had people that still moved on. So some people didn't feel a way about it either way. Whether they saw it or did not, they still didn't act or move accordingly. You see what I'm saying? So as black people, if we're already going into thinking about the culture, when you think about the culture first or the race first, you don't do certain things. You don't speak ill on certain people. I could have a million, I'm sure, I'm 100% sure. There's individuals in the nation that feel a certain type of way or had some dis-ease or dislikes with the minister. But publicly, on dealing with outsiders, we will not speak about that. We will not talk about that because it's the nation first. Now, if the minister walks in the room and he sits down sitting next to me, now me and the minister, we have a private one-on-one conversation. Or amongst me and Brother Rizza, Brother Ben, Brother Khan, we sit down, we all have a private one-on-one conversation. But I'm not going on Pierce Morgan and saying, F this black person. I'm not doing it. That is not the time for that. This is an outsider. This is not a family member. The mafia taught us that a long time ago. We don't discuss family issues outside of the family. That is the problem. It's the root of the problem. And if we start there, everything else will fall in place. And let me also say this, and I end here. I'll say this and I end here. I also don't want people to think that as men that we can't have disagreements and arguments. I actually enjoy that we have this disagreement and being able to show, one, you can stand your ground, have your beliefs, make your points, and not have to pull a gun out. I can dislike every single thing Trey says, Trey believes, but I will not pull my gun out on Trey. I won't do it for many reasons. As a black man, that's my brother. I know he's a father of 2 black boys that I've personally shaken the hand.
I'm gonna take you to an all-you-can-eat spot. That's how I'm gonna kill you.
But y'all see what I'm saying? I want people to also understand this. We can have these disagreements and still have the conscience enough to say, As a black, I still see a black man ultimately on that other side who is raising black boys, who has a duty and a responsibility to stay here. So if I say that I am this black figure or I have this black hair about, if nothing else, I have to say at least I'm thinking about his black son, and I can't do that. He's off limits. Now, if Trey was to try to come over and take my black son, now it's free game. That changes things.
Take his
But
black
if
son.
just me and him having an argument, I cannot remove him from his son.
Before
You got to be a
brother Con,
coach, man.
before brother Con say something, I just want to insert this real piece. Charleston White came out and said, "I don't care about black people. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to teach. I'm not trying to reach. I don't give a damn. I'm trying to make a dollar." You know what I mean? And if you fall for anything I say, that's your dumbass fault. You know what I'm saying? So you can't knock somebody when they come out. Like, who was the on the song? Was it him or was it on us as the
Y'all, what was that?
I don't know what that
I
was.
don't know what.
I heard.
You already know they studying.
Mario, that's you?
Yeah, I think that's Mario.
Your phone tripping.
Told y'all, boy. That's what happened when you don't run.
Go ahead, JoJo. Yeah, that was Mario tripping. You got to get your stuff back together.
brother Con talk?
Huh?
No, brother
Insert.
JoJo was still finishing his point.
Yeah. We didn't get to hear you finish, JoJo.
Oh no, I was just saying at the end of the day, before Brother Khan speaks his piece, that Charleston director came out and said, "I don't give a damn about black people. Fuck the cause. Fuck a plight." You know what I mean? I came to YouTube to make some money. I'm not trying to deliver a message. I'm not trying to save nobody. You know what I mean? I want some money. I don't care about niggas. I don't care. So I'm not a teacher. Leave me alone. Get out my way. I'm trying to get some money. You know, so I was just trying to add that to the conversation before Brother Khan spoke, because that's the truth reality. He already told us what his objective is. So what is there to defend after that? In my opinion.
I gave my position on Charleston White before we even got to the video clips of him and Gillie, that he makes a lot of valid points.
Yeah.
But that is inexcusable for him to disrespect his own people the same way he has a problem with the rappers doing it, the same way he got a problem with the gangbangers doing it. He himself is doing the exact same thing that he is condemning them for, but doing it with even more vitriol, more hatred, more dislike when it comes to his own people. And I still, up to this very moment, am waiting to see more than one video or one song where he is consistently and incessantly doing the same thing with the same energy to our open enemy. And I don't think that I'm going to see it, but I'm going to wait patiently for it. But I agree with what Gillie said, that we should not be promoters of our own demise and trauma, right? The authorities need to see what they need to see. Okay, cool. But somebody gave that footage to TMZ, and TMZ chose to plaster that, right? And now it's in the metaverse. It's everywhere now. What do you think happens to us psychologically to constantly watch our own meet that level of demise? There's a psychological thing that happens to us to where we normalize death and become desensitized to it. But they will not put law enforcement with their brains blown out. They will not put their own with their bodies being dismembered in front of the camera. They will not do that, because at the end of the day, it's white supremacy over everything. They have a code of conduct amongst themselves, regardless to the system, the industry, the field that they are in. They're always going to put themselves above us, and we are disposable and dispensable. In fact, there's nothing even wrong with them showing us in that light because they don't even view us as human beings. If they did, we would not still be having these type of discussions in 2022 about basic fundamental human rights and reparations and all of that, and us being 3/5 of a person and slavery being illegal, except in the case that we've been duly committed of a crime. They have never seen us on a human level and have always treated us as subhuman. But
Brother Con, I got a
justice
question.
cannot sleep forever.
Brother Con, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Say white people don't look at us as human beings, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so all right. Don't look at the rhetoric about the Black Lives Matter movement. Let's just talk about the Black Lives Matter organization and what it seemed like the intent was, right? Now, they raised billions of dollars for Black Lives Matters. Who you think gave more money, black people or white people?
I don't know.
White people.
Okay, even if they did, that I'm gonna give them that. But what about what they owe us? They should be giving it all to us.
Brother Khan, I listen. We can't listen. We not finna go into the past. We already understand that assignment. But I don't 100% agree that all white people don't care about us, because when you look at donations to black organizations, it's mostly white people giving. That's a fact.
But
White
when
people,
they it,
when it comes to charitable 501c3s, the whole shebang, white people give more money than black people to the black community. That's a fact.
why?
It
We
doesn't
gotta
matter if
we
or
it
not.
does matter
People,
now.
some people, no, no, no.
Trey, we
Some
gotta
people,
look at a
brother,
motive.
some people have a pure heart, regardless of what you believe.
Of all studies, history is best qualified to reward our research. Of all studies, historically, up until this very moment, we have been systematically deprived up to this very moment
Facts.
that we are on this podcast. Kanye is calling for them to open the contracts.
But my brother, now you going to you talking about the elite and the people at the top. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about everyday people, and it is a fact that when it comes to the billions of dollars that was given toward a black movement, most of the money was donated by white people. I don't care if it was a tax write-off, because black people have the same privilege to do tax write-offs, because I have a CPA. I write off. It's just a thing to do when you're a business owner. That's a smart thing to do, because America is a corporation. If you don't understand how to function as a business in America, that's on you. And
But
brother,
where do you fit? Where do you fit as a black person? Where do you fit as a black person in a white reality?
Where do I fit? I'm a God. What do you mean?
Okay, but if
I don't
we're
worry about nothing.
gods,
I don't
so
worry
we
about
should
nothing.
have our own government. We should have our own system and not be codependent.
And
If
my brother,
everybody else, hold on, Trey, look at this. The state of Israel every year gets billions of dollars.
facts.
Should we applaud America for giving Israel a welfare state, billions of dollars a year, and say that's because of the goodness in their heart, that they're
No.
looking out for their white brothers and sisters in Israel?
I'm not gonna. I can't speak on that, but we don't have the same beliefs, so I'm not gonna speak on it.
Well, no, we just asking questions.
No, I believe that's a spiritual thing.
Well,
That's in
how
the
they
Bible.
got money for Israel?
It's in the
How
Bible
do
that
they
if
have money, billions for
hold on,
Israel?
my brother, it's in the Bible that whoever takes care of Israel will forever be blessed. That's scriptural.
Okay, but the
And
Israel,
we might not
we
have the
talking
same.
about two different. We talking about two different Israels, because they occupied that land in 1948 and gang banged and took it from the Palestinians.
And you're 100% correct. But at the same time, there's a spiritual. How I want to say this. I would say something about that land over there. It's just something about that land. And I can't speak on that because I don't understand it. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I understand the spiritual aspect of why that land is so sacred and why God continues to bless people that fund their land. So I can't speak on that. I'm only going on what the scripture.
Deal with the spiritual side of that. The real Israel ain't over there. The real Israel is right here. And we are the real children of this Israel. So whoever does right by us will be blessed. And whoever does wrong by us will be cursed. No amount of money that they can print or donate, if they donated millions or billions to the Black Lives Matter, they have stolen trillions.
But my brother, but I think you getting out the context though.
In what way?
Now he's on a, and I want to say I know that spirit that make that land so sacred. It's the same spirit that Morier was trying to find that made Harriet Tubman say to move out of slavery, but it wasn't a choice. It's the same spooky. You know what I'm saying? It's the same like you know what I'm saying?
Respectfully, JoJo, it ain't nothing spooky about that, but okay.
No, you know
but
what?
you
Let me
saying
apologize.
for them to give to that land, though, bro. They stole that land.
Listen,
hold on, brother. Let me say this. Let me apologize. Trey.
I'm argue that. Yes, sir.
Trey, let me because I was just making a joke, but I don't want to make it seem like I'm mocking religion or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Because that wasn't my intent. So let me apologize for that if you took it like that, bro. That is nothing.
I didn't take it like that. I didn't take it like that. Nah. Oh, JoJo.
Yeah, I apologize if I put it out there like that. But
I
was
I don't take offense to nothing. We just having a conversation.
Yeah.
But they stole that land from them from the brown and dark skinned Palestinians. They just went over there and took it. They planted their flag and say this is ours right
here. I agree. I'm not gonna argue that.
And America finances that.
But listen, my brother, at the end of the day, it's kind of like when you understand a spiritual or universe. Let me not even say spiritual, a universal law. If I jump off a building that's 100 stories high, no matter what I believe, if I go against the natural law of the universe, I'm gonna die, right or wrong.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter if they stole it or not, in my opinion. And I'm not saying I'm right, my brother, but for my opinion, what I believe, regardless if they stole it or not, there's something about that land that's sacred, and that's the only thing I can speak on, my brother.
And the thing that's sacred about that land,
I have all the answers.
The thing that's sacred about that land is the people. And the people that have suffered as a result of them invading that land, taking it unlawfully in the name of being the descendants of Abraham that served in a land that wasn't theirs for 400 years. These folks is basically guilty of identity theft.
I agree.
So the real spiritual part of it that we're talking about is not for that place over there. It's right here where you and I are.
But I disagree because that land is still blessed, brother. It's a fact. If anybody that know about the land of Israel, where it is physically right now, it's blessed, brother. That's a fact.
Blessed in what way,
brother? That land is blessed, man. If you went to
blessed in what way? Not by America giving money to them white folks over there.
My brother, but that's what we're supposed to do, is take care of that land. The minute we stop taking care of that land, hold on, watch this. The minute we stop taking care of that land and America stop giving to Israel, America gonna go downhill. That's a fact. I promise you.
So what about us?
America,
wait a minute.
Listen,
if
my
Israel,
brother, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not gonna go against what you're trying to say. But at the end of the day, if that's the facts, right? If you're saying that, and I'm not going against that, we're not the original Hebrews, Jews, all that. I understand it. I get that, right? I really believe that most black people over here, we the original Indians, because Indians were black too. But that's a whole nother conversation. So
we the original everything.
But it's so at the end of the day, only so many Africans came over here. Most of the Africans went down toward Haiti, Jamaica, and all that. Most of them went down there before. Matter of fact, they went there before they even came to America. That's a fact.
We just cannot ignore the black elephant in the white room. That the whole problem of the United States of America is the fundamental enslavement of us as a people that have
True.
been
Now,
robbed and spoiled, and
brother Con.
America will pay
Now,
for
brother
her
Con.
evils done to the black man and woman.
Now watch it.
Period.
And watch. So if that's the case, which I agree, don't have an issue with that. And I asked you earlier, you went around my question. You didn't answer my question. You went around it. What do we do? Do we separate or do we integrate? And if that's the case, how do we do it?
I'll say this. I wanted to answer this earlier, but we kind of got off topic. Well, one, I wanted to state this about the I think in Genesis it talks about the children of Israel as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Genesis 12 says the Lord has said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." So my question is it just about them or people taking care of that land or taking care of the people? So is God blessing, is God seeing the land more important than people? Because Khan brought up the point, well, they took the land, and your response, well, you know, they, long as they taking care of that land spiritually, that, you know, they represent from scripture, whoever takes care of the land will forever be blessed. So it's almost sounding like, just from hearing both sides, like even if they did take it, even if they was wicked, even if they did steal it, long as you blessing the land, God gonna continue to bless you. And as long as when we stop taking care of the land, we'll be blessed. So what about the people? Does God value land over people?
In my opinion, God loves everybody. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not talking about white, black. I'm talking about, does God value land over
More
people? Because it was people that was taken from. It was people that was robbed from. So how they still getting blessed just because they taking care of the land, but now the people is messed up and robbed and taken from.
So to be honest with you, that's something I can't answer, Brother Bennett. And that's just me being real, because watch this, right? When you look at the Jews, right? Because we having a conversation where it started at. The Jews is basically controls everything, and they're more blessed than the black people. Is that not a fact? Yes or no? I'm talking about monetarily.
Monetarily, they have more power and money. Yeah, monetarily.
So with that being said, would you equate that to saying that they are blessed just in that particular context? Yes or no?
And just money?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, money.
We know they're not better than us, so that's not even a question or a conversation. So I'm just saying that at the end of the day, that if they did steal the land, how are they still, from what we hear about how they are blessed, is being manifested still, even though, like Brother Khan said, they still stole the land. So, and my question is, and I'm with y'all, how are they still being blessed if that's the case?
Well, that's why I think the scripture says his ways is not our ways, and his thoughts is not our thoughts. Because blessed can be, you know, right now we speaking monetarily. Like right now, I can look at, let's take Jewish people, white people, black out the way. There's people that are scammers, robbers, and killers. They got way more money than some people that are righteous, never harmed nobody, never stole nothing. So if we compare it based on that, it's scammers that got more money. It's murderers and rapists who got more money. So I wouldn't use that as the measurement of being blessed. I think I'm not going to say that's not a part of being blessed. So I'm not going to go there and act like, you know, if you got more money, your life can be more, you got more tools and resources to be able to do stuff. But that wouldn't be the ultimate thing that I'm looking at as far as blessed. Because I know it's people that do wickedness, murderers, mass murderers, serial killers, and all kind of stuff. They got way more money than people that's the kindest, most gentle, kind, you know, giving people on the planet. So I think that's just something that I just, we gotta see it in his eyes, you know, what blessed is and things of that nature.
And I'm gonna say this, and there might be a time frame, and we might not be here to see this, because like Brother Khan said earlier about the transfer of the wealth and the transfer of the land. So maybe the scripture hadn't manifested yet. So maybe it's just a time frame, and we might not be here to see it, where the blacks do go back and occupy that land, and we reign high. And because I heard brother Khan say a lot of times since we've been on this podcast that they time is always up. So maybe the manifestation of the scripture not even here yet. That's a possibility.
Now it does talk about let me see if I can because I don't the treasure of the wicked is stored up for the righteous.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they just get all that you can get, build all that you can build, so we can step into it and inherit it.
That's a fact.
Because it talks now, we gonna go through scripture and talk about, you know, how God will come and judge those who judged us. Like we just go off prophecy who the real children of Israel is. But who else has been enslaved in a strange land for 400 years? Like, let's not even go off of Jewish and the word ish and all this. We represent that people that was enslaved in a strange land for 400 years. We represent that people that has a government like Pharaoh, who has done evil things against us, and having a Moses and an Aaron that's coming to tell us, hey man, this is not the right one you need to be following. Pharaoh, let my people go. That story fits us. That situation fits us. So I feel like based on the script, well, I think based on the scripture and the way that it reads, it matches up with us perfectly. So that it probably is, we just waiting on our time, and it may not be time necessarily that's going to come. Maybe it's on us. Because we thought their time was up in 1914, so they're not in power, not necessarily because they so powerful, but it's because we ain't realized who we are, realized who the real Jehovah was, talking about the scripture, and came together like dry bones. But like it say, it take all these winds to blow, killing each other, doing this, going through all these trials and tribulations, dying, that make the bones shake. So the more they these bones continue to shake, us coming together, and these winds continue to blow, them killing us, we killing us, it'll eventually get to the point to where we come together. And how I see it, I know sometimes we look at things and say, man, we ain't made no progress. I think we've made a lot of progress. Look at how many young people talking about generational wealth. Look at how many young people talking about stocks, investing, coming together. Young people are becoming revolutionaries and thinking about black consciousness at 14, 13, 14. I'm seeing a little brother that be going in with the debates. He ain't nothing but 18 years old, but sharp with his research and everything like that. So it may not be as far as we want it to be, but I think we're making a lot of progress. Quran talks about hurling truth and falsehood till we knock out his brains. Well, look at how many people not falling for the tricks in the media no more. If we go look at COINTELPRO targets, one of them was to create false articles, discredit people, all that stuff. We don't even fall for that stuff no more because we looking out for it. So we far more advanced and not up under their traps as much as we used to be, I would say even just 20 years ago. So we making that progress. We just got to see it in God's eyes. But to answer your question about separation, there's a difference between separation and segregation. Segregation is, one who is separated by power. Hey, man, I am white. You can't come here. I have more power than you. You are inferior. I got this. You got that. Separation is I'm realizing that we have been in a marriage. This marriage does not work. It doesn't mean I can't spend my dollar with you. It doesn't mean you can't spend your dollar with me. It means that I'm going to separate and do something for myself. So if I got to do business with you to buy my own land, there's nothing wrong with that. If I got to do business with you, but it's my own business that I own, there's nothing wrong with that, because we get them our green dollars. We get a Jewish community our green dollars. All that means is we need to separate and have our own something at the root. Our own land, our own businesses, our own shoes, our own everything, factories, so that we can have something where we can spend our dollar with everybody else. The minister during the lecture, he said, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that we want 6 to 8 states. He said, Marcus Garvey said, let's go back to Africa. He said, these are two extremes. He said it would take all of the airplanes and all the Air Force, Navy, Air Force, and all that for us to be able to go back to Africa, 40 million plus people. He said they wouldn't even want us all to come there because they dealing with their own problems. Now you got 40 million coming on the way as well. It wouldn't make sense. He said also with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we want 6 to 8 states. He said, well, they not going to give us no 6 to 8 states. It wouldn't even make sense, really, for all to have all the white folks and everybody get up and leave Florida, get up and leave this place. And he said, well, is the Honorable Elijah, am I saying the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is wrong? He's saying no. What he showed me in private is that he said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him in private, I know they probably won't give it to me, but I'm telling you what justice looks like. So even though we may not get it, I'm showing you what justice looked like. So he said we have to find something in between the two. And what he said was we spending billions of dollars on smoking and drinking, and we spending all this money on all these other things. What if we pooled our resources together, came together, and did something for ourselves? We don't have to leave America to be separated. We got to start off by being separated mentally. Many of us are separated, got our own business, but shit, we still integrated in the mind. So I think that is what I would say to the separation of thing. I think we have to integrate, and I think we have to separate. I think we got to go in because that's the still away method. The minister said just because you know the black man is God and you understand knowledge itself that you just don't get no job. He gave us the still away method. Go on a job, and as you own this job, you start to still away. Not illegally, but you still away. You get some money, you put it over here. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, observe the operations of the white man. So I'm going in looking to see how he's operating, but I'm going in to learn how I can do something for myself. It's not that we don't go to their colleges or don't get their education. He said, no, go there not to go get a job and build up their community in their world. Go get something to build your own world. And that's how we separate. So I don't think it's going to be a separation as in it's going to be all black here, all white here. That's more so segregation. Separation is we here, we in America or wherever we at, but we have our own and we're not totally dependent on them. I think separation is more so about not being 100% dependent on somebody who's oppressing you.
For sure.
And separation also, if you look in the back of the Final Call newspaper, it says that we believe that separation will prove to be the best and only solution. We done tried everything else. We done sat in, we done marched in, we done laid in, we done begged. We everything you could think of, we have tried, but what we have not tried is to exist amongst ourselves and do all that we can to unite and pool our dollars, pool our resources, right? But God is moving the pieces on the board that it is forcing us to become a nation. And a nation because we believe and understand the same principles. We got 5 different perspectives on this podcast right now. We don't agree on everything, but we have to learn how to unite and have common goals, common strategies, common understandings that we can come together over. The United States of America, every state don't have the same laws and bylaws, right? They got different mayors, different governments, but then they have a federal government that they have agreed upon that overrides all of the separate areas. So ultimately, we have to separate because as long as we stay amongst them, trying to coexist and live with them, we will not get any peace. And the time that we are in shows us that wherever there is a white and a black dynamic, white is always on the top and black is on the bottom. But God is busting that up. He is producing a generation of heartless killers in our children. Our youth don't want to listen to nothing or nobody, but the right voice will get them, as the scripture says, when the wind blew, those dry bones stood up to become an exceedingly great army. That is the time that we are living in right now, to where we will ultimately get to the point where we are just tired of the bloodshed, where we just tired of the us killing each other. We are not at that point yet, but we are getting more and more close to that point. And the overall consciousness of us is raising degree by degree. And Brother Ben, if you Google Exodus 21 and 16, this is one of my favorites in the Bible right here. I think it's Exodus 21:16 that will give you the ultimate fate of what has happened to those who have oppressed us. Ooh, but the preacher don't talk about this one though. No, he don't even mention this one, right? They don't teach this in the theological seminary.
What's it called? Genesis what?
Exodus
Oh,
21
Exodus.
and 16. Because in America, if they catch you with some drugs, they say possession is 9/10 of the law.
Anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession.
Ooh, wait a minute now. You got to slow down on that one now. Anyone that has been what?
Oh, I done exited off. Anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession.
So we done been kidnapped, we have been sold, and we still in their possession. Now, the only way they can get out is they have to repent. And they have to repair the damage that they have done to us. Otherwise, the fate is already sealed. And that is why we see unprecedented rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. And we see the fall of this country happening right in front of our very eyes. And God is telling us, look, y'all better get out the way because I'm putting something on your enemy. But the more you work against me, the more you're going to suffer the same thing that they suffering because you are refusing the guidance and the warning from my divine servants among you. And that is the thing that we have to come to the realization of. That is what's giving birth and the rise to a Dr. Umar and a Brother Reza and a Brother Ben and a 19 Keys and a Brother Trays and a Brother Morier and a Brother Jojo, because we have to be in accord with the time or we will be found being the loser. And right now, it's our time to get on the right side of history and rise up, because Ye 10 years ago wouldn't have been able to last this long with saying what he said. But he's still rolling, and we got to roll with him, man. We got to support one another. We got to look out for one another, and we got to do a better job as men to be providers and maintainers. And as long as each one teach one and each one reach one, as long as one of us believe, the devil don't stand a chance.
Yes, sir. Well, we've been on this bad boy nearly 4 hours, man. We appreciate everybody who has been on the podcast with us. Make sure y'all subscribe on YouTube. Brother Ben X on YouTube. Y'all make sure y'all come on over here. Shout out to everybody who's been on Facebook. We know majority of the people was over there. But make sure you guys come off Facebook as well and come on over to the YouTube, Brother Ben X, and subscribe. Our goal is to do this every Wednesday around 9 o'clock. We start at 9:30, but around 9 o'clock. We want to be touching on current event topics and just issues in our community, man, from a men's viewpoint. So we're going to let everybody close out, get @ names and everything like that. Go ahead, Brother Trey.
Okay. On YouTube, you can follow me at Hard Truths Blue. Hard, HARD, Truths, TRUTHS, Blue, BLUE, Hard Truths Blue. You can follow me at Blu-ray Fitness on Instagram and Men's Viewpoint on Facebook.
Brother Young Khan.
First of all, I thank all of y'all, man, for even allowing me to come on this podcast and platform with y'all to chop it up. Hopefully y'all have me back. I ain't stir up the pot too much, but I love to be a part of the crew if y'all will adopt me. I have this tendency that wherever I go, they be like, no, we need that brother right there. So, but anybody that want to tap in with me, you can follow me on all platforms under Young, YOUNG, Khan, KHAN, and the is spelled THA, Don, DON, Young Khan the Don, on all platforms. And if you want to text me, I'm one of the only people that's going to give you my real number, 219-200-9949. Just text me your thoughts, whether you agree, disagree, or whatever. We chop it up. That's 219-200-9949. And I look forward to chopping it up with y'all again very soon in the near future.
Brother Mario.
Peace, love, and light. You can follow me, Grand Marrier Delight, across all platforms. Grand Marrier Delight. That's GrandMauridr and DELIGHT. Grand Marrier Delight across all platforms. Peace.
And my name is Brother Ben X. You guys can follow me on everything at Brother Ben X. That's the podcast, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Brother Ben X. We appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all come back every Wednesday, God willing. Every Wednesday we're gonna be live doing a topic, and we're gonna mix it up. Sometime we're gonna do a call-in show where you guys will be able to call in and share your thoughts as well. So we're gonna close out with this ad. If anybody here that's interested in growing your following, growing your business, growing your brand, you got a good product but you don't know how to market, or maybe you don't have a product, so we can help you out creating your product offer as well with one of these brothers right here, Brother Young Conadon, who's going to be teaching every Wednesday to you. We got over $19,000 worth of value that we give to you guys on how to create content, how to get your business online and grow it and scale. It's about the impact. So I always say, don't focus on passive income, focus on passive impact, because the more impact you have, the more people you impact, the more income will come. So check out this ad as we close. I want you to think with an abundance mindset, no less than $10,000 a month. I want that to be your goal, no less than $10,000 a month. See, successful people got a routine. The reason we not successful is because we don't got no routine. We getting up every day, every morning, and we don't even know what we doing today.
Digital real estate has honestly changed my entire life, changed my business, changed the way I think about business, changed the way I think about my life in general.
Like, I got screenshots of my insights doing 943% better than the week before. All because of the stuff that I utilized from the digital real estate program.
Her 8-year-old son was making $1,000 a week. Man, I need to tap into whatever this program is.
The clarity of what digital real estate is. It's like physical real estate, but on the digital side.
Doing what Brother Ben told us to do in digital real estate, I watch my numbers grow.
You were explaining how I can take things that I think are normal, just really base things that I do on a daily basis, and say, hey, that's content.
He broke down on how to monetize your actual content and your intellectual content and monetize it and actually live off of it.
Many people believe that digital real estate is selling homes online, but that's not what it is. The scripture says your gift will make room for you and bring you amongst great men.
That's what the program is doing. It's mining the gems that are already inside of you and bringing that out and helping you understand what your value is.
So what the digital real estate program does is tap into your gift, your skills, your purpose, your talent, and shows you how to scale it online through impact.
You coaches are bar none acceptable. Now, I ain't got no mic like y'all, but y'all see this pen? It's dropped, okay?
I made $2,000.
Oh, come on.
In 3 days. People don't understand. You got to get this course.
I started to learn the power of social media, because before being on social media, I was just doing that, being social.
It really transformed my life.
We had close to a $20,000 a month, and then we had a $10,000, close to $10,000 a month.
And Ben is up here blessing people game, giving people free game. I don't know why y'all have not listened to this man yet, have not invested in yourself by getting his digital real estate platform.
Now, Ben got a heck of a program. A lot of people listening to Brother Ben.
I believe we shouldn't focus on passive income. We should focus on passive impact, because the more people we impact, the more income will come.
Y'all heard of BNX?
No, I heard of BNX.
He's one of the younger brothers. BNX.
Ben.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen that name somewhere. Yeah. I've seen that name.
Allah has imposed on all of his creatures the duty of doing something for self.
You take, all right, one still shot.
I love you, Ben.
Love you too, brother.